And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. A short while ago, when Mary Noble discovered the dead body of Oliver Wilson hanging from the wings backstage at the Hamilton Theater just off Broadway, where Larry Noble is starring in a smash hit play, she was all alone. It was just after the evening performance in which Claudia Vincent had appeared for the first time opposite Larry. In this dismal setting, Larry is waiting backstage with Mary as Rupert Barlow, financial backer of the play, goes to phone the police. And we hear...
Oh, you'll never know what it was like, Larry. Walking through this place and not a soul around. And only that one unshaded light hanging low over the stage. Oh, I wish I'd never looked up and seen him. I was too late to help anyhow. And now I'll never forget that picture.
It won't help to keep talking about it, honey. Only makes us all nervous. The less we say, the better, I think.
But who could have done such a ghastly thing, Larry? Who could have put a rope around Oliver Wilson's neck and then hoisted him way up high in the wings?
Don't let's talk about it, Mary, please. The police will have enough questions to ask when they get here.
Yes, I suppose so. But I can't get it out of my mind. If only I'd never given that theater party. If only we'd left right after the curtain came down, we'd be home by now, safely in Rosehaven. What I'd give to be in my own home now.
Better not think about that. It's a cinch you won't get there tonight.
But who did this, Larry? Who could have pulled him up there to hang till there was no more life in him?
Plenty of people. Claudia, for one. And Julia Dixon, certainly. Don't you think they both had reason to kill him?
I can't understand it, Larry. So much has happened tonight, so many dreadful things.
All right, then, don't say any more.
Larry, what happened earlier tonight between you and Claudia Vincent and Oliver when he was supposed to be having dinner at Rupert Barlow's party?
Oh, in heaven's name, Mary, can't you stop it? Hasn't there been enough trouble to suit you?
But I want to know. What was the row between you and Oliver about? Why did you get into a fight? It isn't like you, Larry.
I had my reasons. That's the best I can say.
Was it because of Claudia? Because she eloped with Oliver?
What do you think?
Why should that have mattered so much to you, Larry?
Great guns, what kind of a question is that? Don't you suppose I have some stake in this production? Don't you understand just how important it is to me to have Claudia show up well in the play?
Is that your real reason, Larry? The play?
What else could it be?
I don't know, but it worries me.
Where the devil is everyone gone? It's like rats deserting a sinking ship. Not a soul around. Claudia, Julia, even Maud Marlowe, where are they?
I don't know. I came to find you, and instead I found him.
What was the idea of going down the street in that rain? What were you going to do, run out with Rupert Barlow?
How can you say such a thing, Larry?
After tonight, nothing would surprise me.
Oh, what a dreary place. Well, what's happened to everybody?
That's what we've been wanting to know. Where were you?
Must I answer for every minute of my time, Larry? I didn't know that giving me a chance in this play put me in such bondage.
Don't talk like a fool, Claudia.
We've been looking for the others. We have to wait here till the police arrive.
Police? Now, what are you talking about?
It's Oliver.
Oh, Oliver. What trouble has he gotten us into now?
He's dead.
Good.
He's over there on the floor.
What? Oh. Oh, then it's true. Well, what happened, Mary? Who did it?
Nobody knows. He was found hanging from a rope up high in the wings. Someone used a pulley and hoisted him up there.
Oh, how perfectly horrible. Not that he didn't deserve it after lying to me and getting me to elope with him because he thought I was rich.
You thought the same thing about him, didn't you, Claudia? Wasn't that why you married him?
You would think that. You wouldn't give me credit for any decent emotion.
You didn't love him. You know that. You scarcely knew the guy. Yet you rushed out of here and married him. Even though you knew perfectly well how I'd worked to give you this chance to be in a Broadway play. But you didn't care a hang about that. Not if you had someone who was rich and more useful to you. I didn't make one bit of difference.
Larry, you didn't know this side of your devoted husband's nature, did you, Mary? You didn't know his possessive side, his demanding side. You didn't know...
Be quiet. Don't say another word. There's been enough trouble around here tonight, as it is.
Police will be over in a minute. Where were you during the late unpleasantness? Or can't you remember?
Oh, I can remember all right, Rupert. Don't you worry about me.
Well, that's fine. Because I feel sure the police will want to know just where everyone was during the time Oliver Wilson was strung up on a rope.
We're all aware of what's ahead of us, Rupert. You don't have to point out the facts.
I was only trying to put you on your guard, since it seems clear that you both had reason to want Oliver Wilson out of the way.
What do you mean, Rupert?
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear Mary. For a moment I forgot myself. Please don't pay any attention. You've already been through too much tonight.
She's been through too much. Well, what about me?
Exactly. What about you, Claudia? Maybe this time you've overshot your mark.
Rupert Barlow, don't you try to frighten me.
Nothing would be further from my mind. Only you have had a shock, haven't you? Finding out the man you eloped with is nothing but an opportunist without a penny. Naturally, you wouldn't like that. And you do have a temper. I ought to know. Didn't you fire 2 shots at me in my own kitchen on Long Island?
You would bring that up. I suppose you can't wait to tell the police when they get here, so you can tell them all about it, so you can put me in the worst possible light.
No, not at all, Claudia. I only mean to answer questions that are put to me. I intend to tell the truth. But I won't offer suggestions. That's fair enough, isn't it?
What makes you think you're so in the clear, Rupert? You were one of the group tonight, remember? You had as much chance to commit this murder as anyone else.
Quite so, Larry. But what reason did I have?
Plenty of reason. You were frantic at the thought of losing your secretary, Julia Dixon, to Oliver Wilson. You could have killed him to keep him from running away with her.
Oh, nonsense. Julia didn't stand a chance with Oliver Wilson.
Only because he thought Claudia had more money.
Will you please stop talking about that? I just can't stand anymore. When I think of it, when I realize how he deceived me, how he lied to me, I could scream.
Well, go right ahead, my dear. You won't be the first one. But to pursue our conversation, Larry, let me put you straight. You see, I already knew about Oliver and Claudia.
You couldn't have. Not till a few minutes ago.
Nevertheless, I knew in time. I knew before he was killed. And you must know, Larry, that I wouldn't have murdered him to avenge Julia Dixon's bruised feelings. My gallantry doesn't run so deep.
Oh, I'm sure of that. But all the same, you say you knew about Oliver before he was killed. Who can tell just when he was strung up there and how long he'd been there?
No, nice try, Larry. But you're wasting your time if you try to involve me in this mess. You'd better concentrate on saving your own neck. After all, you're the one who exchanged blows with Oliver Wilson, not me.
Stop it, all of you. How can you go on this way? Isn't it bad enough that a man has been killed, murdered, and we're waiting for the police? Now, let's try to be civilized at least. And let's try to find the others. They should all be here.
You're right, Mary. Where's Julia Dixon? What's become of her?
Don't look at me. I haven't the foggiest notion.
And Maud Marlowe and Tom Bryson. They must be somewhere around. They can't have disappeared.
You wait here and I'll have a look. Maybe they're out front. Or waiting down the street in our regular gathering place. I'll go see.
Larry, wait. I'll go with you.
You better wait with the others, Claudia. I won't be long.
But I want to go with you.
Very well. Come on.
You let them go, Mary. We'll wait right here.
Larry, I had to speak to you alone.
What about?
Don't ask me that. You know only too well what about. Oliver, this whole awful mess. It'll all come out into the open and...
You should have thought of that before.
Oh, you're being hateful, Larry. Because you're angry with me. You thought I couldn't look at anyone else except you. You think that about every woman. And when you find it's not true, you turn ugly.
What rot. I'm only thinking of the play.
That play, your precious play.
It happens to be the way I make my living for myself and my family.
And now, suddenly, you're so concerned about your family. The devoted husband and father. But you're not going to leave me out on the cold. You've got to help me. You've got to make them realize that I didn't kill Oliver. Oh, heaven knows I would have been justified if I had.
Let's leave all that for the police.
No, you've got to promise me that you'll help me.
Why?
Because, Larry, you need me to help you, too. No, don't look at me like that. You know it's true. And you can count on me not to talk. If only you'll do your part.
Larry gives Claudia Vincent a startled look, then continues on his way in search of the others. Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
A service of KIBMRadio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Go South, Young Man. There's a popular song out now called April in My Heart, and that gives me an idea. April with its fresh springtime colors is a long way off, but you can get a touch of spring into your menu tomorrow. Just serve Jell-O for dessert, for Jell-O's 6 glowing colors are so bright and cheerful, so fresh and gay they perk up any meal. And those 6 delicious flavors bring you extra rich fruit goodness. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, everyone is crammed with extra fruit richness. A depth of flavor that rivals the fresh, ripe fruits themselves. No matter how you serve it, dressed up or perfectly plain, Jell-O is a grand dessert. Tempting and good with extra rich flavor, bright and gay with springtime color. So ask your grocer tomorrow for America's favorite gelatin dessert, Jell-O.
Go South, Young Man, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn back the clock and take you to the drugstore across the street from the NBC building here in Hollywood. The time is exactly 15 minutes before this broadcast. Take it away, drugstore.
You'll have to hurry, Mary. We haven't got much time.
Well, I'm hungry.
Look, if you'll wait till after the broadcast, I'll take you out and buy you a full-course dinner.
I'm no gambler. I'll take a sandwich now.
All right, it's up to you. Say, here's a couple of seats here. Whoops! Madam, would you mind taking your Pekingese off this seat? These stools are for customers.
Well, Cuddles is having a hot fudge sundae.
Oh, he is. That's all his face needs, some hot fudge on it.
Stop arguing, Jack. Here's a couple of seats over here.
Okay. Cuddles, yes.
Oh, hello there.
Hello, Mary. What'll it be today?
Oh, just a sandwich. I'll have a peanut butter, jelly, olive, nut, bacon, cheese, roast beef, and turkey on whole wheat.
Wow.
Oh, Gilroy.
Yes, Radcliffe.
Hit the jackpot on whole wheat. You want something else, Mary?
No, that'll be all.
Okay. What do your father have?
I'm not her father. I'm Jack Benny. Now, let's see. I think I'll take the businessman's lunch.
Are you a businessman?
No.
Then you can't have it.
Now, wait a minute, young man. I ordered the businessman's lunch, and I'm going to get it out.
Oh, Cuddles, did you bite that man's ankle?
Ankle nothing, and take him off that stool. Fine Pekingese.
Well, I bought him at a sale.
A sale?
Yes, he was marked down from a Great Dane.
Well, that's very interesting.
All right, mister, what do you have?
Oh, I'm not in the mood to eat now. Just bring me a cup of coffee.
Oh, here's something good, Jack. A Dunker Special.
A Dunker Special? What's that?
Coffee, donuts, and rubber gloves, 15 cents.
Well, that's very sanitary, but not for me. Oh, I know what. I'll have a chocolate malted milk.
A chocolate malted milk?
Yes, and put an egg in it.
Fried or scrambled?
Look, I want a malted milk with just a plain raw egg in it. A raw egg.
Okay. Oh, Gilroy.
Yes, Radcliffe.
1 malted milk for a barbarian.
What a smart aleck.
Pardon me. I'd like 2 aspirin tablets and a glass of water.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
This face is familiar.
Here's your sandwich, Mary. A 5-decker.
Oh, boy, isn't that something?
Yeah, it looks like Grauman's Chinese with potato chips.
That's right. It's even got footprints in the mayonnaise.
Oh, you're just making that up.
Here's your malted milk, Groucho.
Hey, wait a minute, you. I ordered a malted milk, and this is an ice cream soda.
That's not ice cream, that's an egg.
Well, the least you could do is take it out of the shell. You clumsy dope, can't you break an egg?
If I could break an egg, I'd punch you right in the nose.
Oh, you would?
Say, Radcliffe, is that man annoying you?
No, Gilroy, put down that cupcake.
Well, that's a fine way to treat customers, I must say. Oh, fine.
Jack, look.
Cuddles, I'll give you just 10. Cuddles, I'll give you just 10 to let go of my garter. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, my leg. Darn it, he ruined a perfectly good pair of garters.
Go on, you've had new elastic put in them 12 times.
Well, the metal isn't the least bit rusty. Gee, I don't want this malted milk now.
Well, why don't you order something else, Jack?
Yeah. Say, buddy, what's that lady having over there with the ice cream, pineapple, whipped cream, and marshmallow, and the cherry on top?
Where?
Right over there.
That's her husband.
Oh. Odd looking, isn't he? I'll tell you what, just bring me a cup of coffee.
Coffee?
Yes.
Sanka, panka, or schmanka?
Look, just bring me a cup of coffee with no ad lib.
Pardon me, I'd like 2 more aspirin tablets and a glass of water.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
You know, Mary, I've seen that guy someplace. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. I gotta grab something to eat quick. My girl's waiting outside.
Your girl's waiting outside. Why don't you bring her in?
She's watching my bicycle.
Oh. Gee whiz, can't you put a lock on the bicycle?
No, I trust her.
Well, that's mighty sweet of you.
Hiya, Kenny. What'll it be?
Oh, let's see. Give me a tuna fish sandwich on rye bread.
Okay.
No butter, no lettuce, and no mayonnaise.
Oh, Gilroy.
Yes, Radcliffe.
1 tuna on rye. No brush, no lather, no rub in.
Now that's just showing off.
Oh, say, Radcliffe, I want a side order of coleslaw with that.
Just a minute. Hey, Gil.
Yes, Rad.
Have we got any coleslaw?
Oh, just stabs of it.
Well, that's entrancing.
Oh, Jack, there's a scale over there. I think I'll go over and weigh myself.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, Mary. I'll go with you. Don't eat my sandwich, Jack.
I won't. Say, I wonder what time it is anyway. Oh, go away, you little runt. Scat.
Come here, Cuddles. He's just jealous because you've got hair.
Listen, lady, if you think that I... Oh, hello, Don.
Why, Jack, I didn't see you. Have I got time to eat?
Yeah, but hurry up, Don. We go on the air in a few minutes, you know.
Well, let's see, Mr. Wilson.
Well, I'd like a glass of milk and a large dish of Jell-O.
What flavor? Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime?
Mix them up with sliced bananas.
Don, get 2 spoons with that. I'll race you to the middle. Last one there has to pay for it.
Pardon me, I'd like 2 more aspirin tablets and a glass of water.
Yes, sir.
That's 6 aspirin tablets. Say, mister, have you got a headache?
No, but don't tell the clerk. He'll think I'm nuts.
Toodaloo. Oh, now I know who he is. That guy's crazier than my Aunt Minnie's quilt.
Say, Jack, if we don't want to be late, we better be getting over to the studio.
Yeah, we're on in a few minutes there.
Oh, Jack, I just got on the scales, and how much do you think I weigh?
How much?
103 pounds. Boy, have I been put on weight.
You been what?
I said I've been putting on weight.
Boy, have I been put on weight. 103 pounds, and you put on weight?
Yeah, I only weighed 7 when I was born.
Well, you better watch yourself.
And you know what else, Jack? Kenny got one of those little cards with a fortune on it.
Oh, he did? What does it say?
Here it is. It says that you are shrewd, clever, and intelligent until you open your mouth.
That's me.
You said it. Say, Don. Hey, Don, what's your weight anyway?
Oh, I really don't know, Jack.
Well, come on. Here's a good chance to find out.
Oh, no, nothing doing.
Oh, come on, Don. Here. Come here. I've got a penny.
You better put in a nickel.
Here we are. Now get on the scale.
Oh, that's silly.
Silly nothing. Now stand still.
All right. Here, Kenny, hold my hat.
A lot of difference that'll make. Now hold still, Don. Wow, look at that. 100, 150,
175.
200,
250. God!
300. Oh, my goodness, he broke the scale.
Oh, my...
Penny, help me pick up John.
Okay.
Hey, Jack, John's fortune just came out of the scale.
What does it say?
You better run. Here comes the manager.
That's a good idea. Let's get out of here.
Oh, Gilroy.
Yes, Radcliffe.
Turn on the radio. It's time for the Jello program.
Come along, Cuddles.
Played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you listened in to Fred Allen's program last Wednesday night, I bring you a man who needs no further introduction, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I gather from that little announcement of yours that Allen was throwing verbal darts at my bullseye again. Is that it?
Yes, Jack. Didn't you hear him?
No, my radio was on, but unfortunately I was eating celery at the time. The loud kind from Utah. Tell me, was Allen as witty as ever, or was he better?
Well, Jack, I have to admit he did get a lot of laughs at your expense.
Oh, he did? Well, I won't have to worry about him long. Television will soon be here, and he'll either have to have his face lifted or get in a barrel and broadcast through a bunghole.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Allen may not be handsome, but when you come right down to it, he isn't so bad looking.
He isn't. Don, he's the only Irishman I ever saw that could eat in a Chinese restaurant and be mistaken for a waiter. If he wasn't allergic to soap and water, he could open a laundry. Now, let's drop the subject of Mr. Allen. Oh, by the way, Don, I noticed you were limping when you came into the studio just now. Did you have an accident of some kind? Huh?
Well,
Come on, Don, tell us.
Well, let me see. Oh, yes, I was out riding this morning and my horse threw me.
Oh, threw you? Don, there's a possibility that you could have fallen off a horse. But the horse that can throw you doesn't live. Tell me, Fibber McWilson, how did this unfortunate accident happen?
Well, Jack, it was like this. I was cantering through the park this morning.
Sure. Just stop, Don. Folks, I got to tell you what really happened to Wilson. We were in a drugstore just before our program.
Now, Jack.
Anyway, Don stepped on the weighing machine, and right now it's getting pennies in heaven. Boy, what a wreck.
Jack, I wish you hadn't have said that. Now people will get the idea that I'm really fat.
Fat? Don, when you step into your shoes, your rubber heels spread out like pancake batter. I can't understand how a guy can gain so much weight on the salaries I pay.
You're not kidding.
You know, Don, every time I look at you... That woman would have to bring Cuddles to the broadcast. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the boy?
Jackson? Phil, every time I meet you lately, you call me Jackson. What's the big idea?
Well, that's as close as I can get to jackass and still be polite.
Aha, that's very funny. You know, Phil, you're clever enough to have your own program, which you better start looking for.
Oh, no, Jack, I couldn't let you down. You need a guy like me around here.
Oh, I do?
Sure, after all, I'm the only sex appeal on the show.
Is that so? Phil, did you by any chance hear me on the Screen Actors Guild program last week in that romantic bit with Joan Crawford?
Oh, was that you? I thought it was Guy Kibby.
You knew darn well it was me. I got that smart wire you sent me.
I didn't send you any wire.
Not much. Who else would send me a 10-word telegram with 7 lousies in it? And another thing, Phil, the next time you send a wire from Pomona, don't sign it George Bernard Shaw. He moved from there. You know, Harris, you remind me of a guy. Madam, must your dog bark when I'm talking?
You don't expect him to laugh, do you?
No, but he can wipe that sneer off his face. Now, keep him quiet, please. Let's see, what was I talking about?
I don't know. I just came in.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello.
Say, Mary, Jack was just telling us about the program he did with Joan Crawford last week. Were you there?
I'll say I was. And boy, was Jack nervous.
I wasn't nervous at all. Naturally, I was a little keyed up working with Miss Crawford, but I was not nervous.
You weren't?
No.
You always sit down on chairs when they're not there?
Oh, I just did that for a laugh, that's all. Everything went along fine.
Did you tell the boys what happened at rehearsal, Jack?
What was it, Mary?
Oh.
Well, they were just about to finish their big scene, and Jack was supposed to kiss Miss Crawford.
Yes?
Well, Jack grabbed Joan in his arms and bent her over backwards.
Yes?
Then he bent her over a little further.
Uh-huh.
Now, Mary.
Then a little more.
And what happened?
Jack's toupee fell right in her face, and she fainted.
Now, Mary, that wasn't my toupee at all. That was my beanie.
Well, it had a part in it.
Mary, that only happened at rehearsal, but the routine sounded all right over the air, believe me.
Not according to Fred Allen Wednesday night.
Say, what is Allen anyway, a barometer or something? He doesn't learn to keep his mouth shut. I'm going to do something about it.
I wouldn't get tough with him, Jack. You know, Allen's a pretty athletic guy.
Athletic?
Sure, I saw a picture of him in a fan magazine the other day, and he was posing in tights and boxing gloves.
Yeah, but the hair on his chest said welcome on it. And speaking of that picture, fellas, did you notice his legs? They look like 2 sleepy people. Imagine Allen posing as a fighter. One of these days I'm going to have my picture taken being shot out of a cannon. And in a leopard skin. I'll show him.
All right, champ, relax. Take it easy.
Lead me to him. I'll get in the ring with Allen any day. What are you laughing at?
You wouldn't get in the ring with Ferdinand the Bull.
That was very cute, Mary. When Phil has his own program, you're going to be a big help to him.
We've got the first show all written.
Oh, I see. And what are you going to call your little comedy act?
Mary and Phil, corn as you like it.
Well, you certainly got the right title. Say, where's Kenny? It's time for him to do a song.
Here I am, Jack.
Oh, where were you, Kenny?
I was over in the corner counting my toes.
Counting your toes?
Yeah, I count and I still get 22.
Kenny, either your arithmetic is bad or Ripley is waiting for you. And next time, don't come in here with such a silly routine of talk.
Well, I was just trying it out for Phil's new show.
Listen, Kenny, I just said that a while ago when I was mad. Phil isn't going to have his own show.
He is, too. He offered me $8,000 in car fare.
Oh. He's very generous, isn't he? $8,000 a week, huh?
Not only that, I get extra money for writing the program.
Oh, you're going to write the show, too. Well, that ought to be worth listening to you.
Yeah, not only that...
Oh, quiet. Now go ahead with your song.
Wait a minute. Say, Phil, is it all right if I sing on this program?
Sure, kid, but hold back a little.
Now cut out this foolishness! Now you get up that microphone, young man, and sing.
All right.
Oh, shut up! Sing, Tuttle. I mean, Kenny.
A dreamer, for I was born that way, and I was born to love you, keep dreaming of you each day. Then as the evening shadows fall, you seem to be so near. I only have to close my eyes, and I can see you, my dear. I dim all the lights and I sink in my chair. The smoke from my cigarette climbs through the air. The walls of my room fade away in the blue, and I'm deep in a dream of you. The smoke makes a stairway for you to descend. You come to my arms, may this bliss never end, for we love anew just as we used to do when I'm deep in a dream of you. Then from the ceiling, sweet music comes stealing, we glide to a lover's refrain. You're so appealing that I'm soon revealing my love for you again. My cigarette burns me, I wake with a start. My hand isn't hurt, but there's pain in my heart. Awake or asleep, every memory I feel. In a dream of you.
That was Deep in a Dream, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, that's one of the best songs you've sung this year. I know you put so much feeling into it. Really, it was thrilling.
Oh, you're just trying to flatter me so I'll stay with your program.
Flatter you?
I can see through that, brother.
Kenny, for 3 years now I've been raving about your voice, and all of a sudden it's flattery. You ungrateful little brat.
Now, wait a minute, you. Don't aggravate my tenor.
Phil, I refuse to continue this discussion about your imaginary program. However, if you do happen to get one, I'd only be too glad to let you have Kenny and Mary. Be sure to take those broken-down troubadours with you.
No, I'm sending them to Paul Whiteman.
Well, don't send them COD or they'll return with the swallows. Anyway, Phil, as far as I'm concerned, you and Kenny and Mary can all go. Just leave me good old Don Wilson and I'm satisfied.
Well, you should be. You're still getting more than half.
Well, let me ask you something, Mary. Suppose you did go with Phil. Who's going to give you those good, snappy jokes?
You mean like that last one?
Yeah, don't be cute. Who's going to write your material?
Oh, we've got 2 swell writers.
Oh, yeah? Who are they?
Noel Coward and Maxie Rosenblum.
It's a fine combination. Of course, I don't know what I'm getting myself all worked up for. It's all so silly.
Well, don't worry, Jack. No matter what happens, I won't leave you. I'll stick with you and Jell-O from strawberry to lime.
Atta boy, Don.
And I regret that I have but one life to give to my sponsor.
Thanks, John. You're a real pill. Pal. Maybe that'll teach these traders here something about loyalty.
Well, gee whiz, Jack, we're not the only ones. I heard you on a program with Joan Crawford last week.
Well, that was a special broadcast, Kenny, for one appearance only. Say, how'd you like it?
Oh, it was swell. Say, Jack, I was wondering, is Joan Crawford as beautiful as she looks?
Well, of course she's beautiful, and she's marvelous to work with.
Gee, I got so excited listening to the broadcast. Did you really kiss her?
Why, certainly I did. Who held her? Phil, don't be so flippant. Miss Crawford enjoyed working with me very much. She told me so. And as a little memento of the broadcast, I sent her a lovely bottle of perfume.
Well.
In fact, I sent Rochester over to her house with it this morning.
You were on the air with her a week ago. Why did you wait till today to send her perfume?
Rochester was making it.
I did nothing of the kind. I sent Jones some real imported stuff. It's called La Lune Bleue de Boeuf de l'Amour.
What does that mean?
Love at Twilight also removes stains.
How do you know, Mary? Do you speak French?
Woo-woo, monsieur.
Well, you're all wrong. It's exquisite perfume, and I'm sure Miss Crawford will like it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may interrupt my cast, I would like to announce our play for next week. As a special treat, we are going to offer our version of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now, I will play the part. Pardon me, folks. Hello?
Hello again, this is Rochester talking.
I know who it is. What do you want?
Say, boss, I don't think I'm going to be able to pick you up after the broadcast. Your car's on the boom.
What's wrong with it?
Well, for one thing, the back tires are flatter than Mr. Wilson's rubber heels.
Well, for heaven's sakes, get busy. Can't you blow up the tires?
The pump ain't no good since you made those cream puffs with it.
Oh, that's right. Well, gee whiz, how am I going to get home?
Why don't you take a taxi? I'll split it with you.
Well, that's very kind of you, but I'll manage somehow. See you later.
So long, boy.
So long. Oh, Rochester, did you take that perfume over to Miss Crawford?
Yes, sir, in person.
That's good. Did she open it?
No, she just took a slow look at the price tag and then a quick one.
Why, darn you, Rochester, I told you to take the price tag off the bottle.
Well, don't worry, boss, I raised it.
Raised it?
I put a 1 in front. It's $12.50 now.
Well, I gotta hand it to you, Rochester. That was quick thinking.
Yeah, but maybe I shouldn't have done it in front of her.
Maybe you shouldn't. I don't know why I ever trust you to do anything. You show absolutely no judgment or foresight.
I'm a butler, not a swami.
All right, forget it. Next time I'll know better.
So long, boss.
So long. By the way, Rochester, just a minute. I just thought of something. If the car is out of commission and you can't pick me up tonight, how did you get over to Miss Crawford's house with that perfume?
I'll think of something before you get home. Goodbye.
He better think of something. What's the matter, Jack? Listen, Phil, you'll not only have your own program, but you might also have a very good end man. Play, boys.
You know, the highest compliment your guest can pay you is to ask for a second helping. Well, here's a dish that's guaranteed to bring them back for more. It's the new Jell-O butterscotch pudding, and let me tell you right now, it's one of the grandest desserts you ever dipped a spoon in. It's mellow and creamy smooth. It has a grand, tempting color like rich golden taffy, and what a flavor. That good old-fashioned butterscotch flavor that you used to love when you were a youngster. And here it is in the new Jell-O butterscotch pudding. So grand you just have to taste it to appreciate it. Then try Jell-O chocolate pudding, rich and smooth and real chocolatey. And Jell-O vanilla pudding with a delicate creamy flavor that's delicious. All three Jell-O puddings are quick and easy to prepare with only a few moments cooking. You'll find the simple directions on every package, and the best way is to buy 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla pudding. The real homemade kind.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with This Is It. You know, it's always quite a compliment to say that somebody is a good mixer. Well, that's just what Jell-O is, for Jell-O combines perfectly with every sort of fresh and canned fruit, and that's a swell idea for right now to brighten up wintertime menus. Perhaps a game mold of orange Jell-O with canned apricots inside. Maybe rich red strawberry Jell-O combined with sliced fresh oranges. Or delicious cherry Jell-O arranged in shining layers with sliced bananas and canned cherries. There are dozens of combinations to choose from, and they're all grand. For Jell-O brings you that wonderful extra-rich fruit flavor, so tempting and good it rivals the taste of the real ripe fruit. And Jell-O's clear, glowing colors look so lovely with the fruits held shimmering inside. So give your family some of these delicious Jell-O combinations soon. But be sure to make them with genuine Jell-O if you want to enjoy Jell-O's extra-rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. This Is It, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who used to be a beautiful baby, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I like that beautiful baby introduction. Was that just a lucky guess, or did you have authentic information?
Well, Jack, when I was over to your house for dinner the other night, I took a peek at that old family album of yours.
Oh, Don.
And I must say you were a gorgeous infant. Were you really so good-looking?
Well, I don't want to sound foolish or anything like that, but for the first 17 months of my life, I was a length ahead of Robert Taylor. In fact, I won 4 blue diapers.
I can imagine. And you know, Jack, one thing that impressed me very much about your baby pictures, you were always laughing and giggling. What made you so happy?
Well, Don, my nurse used to slap me a lot. Say, I bet you were quite a healthy-looking kid yourself, weren't you?
Well, Jack,
Yeah, I can just see you as a baby, Don, bouncing your mother on your knee.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I'd like to be a baby again. Gee, I really shouldn't keep talking like this, but I was about the cutest little Dickens in Waukegan. In fact, people from all around used to come to my father's meat market just to see me.
Meat market? Why, I thought your father ran a clothing store.
Well, Don, it was a combination meat market and clothing store. You know, on Saturdays, we used to have a special. A pound of hamburger with 2 pair of pants. Oh, it went over very big.
Say, that's quite a novelty. A combination meat market and clothing store.
Yeah, we used to sell legs of lamb with garters on them. Oh, those were the days, believe me. You know, I remember one time when I was only...
Oh, Jack, what are you talking about?
Me?
Oh, that again. See you later.
Mary, come back here. It's not my fault. Don just happened to mention that he saw my family album and that I was a beautiful child.
You beautiful?
Yes, I was. Not only that, I developed very quickly. When I was only 3 months old, I had 4 lovely teeth.
Well, you're right back where you started from.
Now, listen, Mary, I have a full set of teeth right now. And with the exception of a little argument I had with a cab driver in Toledo, they're all my own.
Go on, you've got more bridges than San Francisco.
Oh, running down San Francisco, huh? That's the trouble with you Los Angeles girls.
Jack, did I hear you say that you had an argument with a cab driver in Toledo?
Yes, but of course that was years ago.
What was the fight all about?
Oh, nothing. He just happened to say something I didn't like, and he hit me.
Otherwise, Toledo was lovely.
Say, Don, when you were looking through that album, did you see the picture of Jack's uncle on the big white horse?
Yes, I did.
That was my Uncle Beaumont. There he is.
And did you see the tree in back with the rope dangling from it and that big crowd of men standing around?
Mary, my uncle didn't steal that horse. That was just a scene from a Western movie he was making called The Code of the West. It wasn't a real hanging. What are you laughing at?
Just the same. He never saw the preview.
He did, too, and he was a fine actor.
Say, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you.
Oh, I was around here. I heard you telling everybody what a beautiful baby you were.
Well, Don brought up the subject. I had never mentioned it. Have you got any cute baby pictures, Kenny?
None where I'm facing the camera.
Oh.
You know, Jack, I wasn't a very pretty kid, but I was as smart as a whip.
Smart? I bet you were.
All right, you can laugh. Yeah. But when I was 12 years old, I recited the Gettysburg Address.
At 12, what's clever about that?
Could Lincoln do it?
All right, Kenny, we won't go into that. But if you were so smart at the age of 12, I'd like to know what happened to you in the meantime.
So would I.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kenny, since your song, sing your song now. We'll talk about it later. Hey, Don, where's Phil?
Oh, he's around here somewhere. By the way, Jack, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but Phil's pretty sore about that crack you made last Sunday.
What crack?
Oh, you know, when you told him that if he didn't like it here, he could go out and get his own program.
Oh, well, gee, Don, I was only kidding. I didn't mean anything by it.
Well, Phil took it pretty seriously, and he said he's going to leave.
Leave me? Why, I made the guy. Gee, when I picked him up, he was demonstrating curlers in a drugstore window. Oh, I must talk to him. Sing, Kenny. Gee, people are so sensitive nowadays. You tell them to quit, and they quit. I can't understand.
Hear a love song for a penny. See, see, see. Just a penny serenade. Once I strayed 'neath the window of a lovely, lovely lady. And she smiled while I softly played a penny serenade. In her eyes shone the tender dawn of love and sweet surrender. As for me, in my heart I played a lover's serenade. You can hear it for a penny. See, see, see. Just a penny serenade. See, see, see. Hear my love song for a penny. See, see, see. Just a penny serenade. In a dream so divine she was mine, no word had been spoken. When I woke from my dream, she was gone, my poor heart was broken. Still I pray that wherever she may be, she will remember. In her heart, she will always hear my penny serenade. See, see, see. See, see, see.
Serenade sung by Kenny Baker, my favorite tenor. Say, Kenny, did Phil happen to say anything further to you about doing his own program?
Yes, he mentioned it.
He did, huh? Well, what did he tell you?
Plenty, but I ain't no pigeonhole.
That's stool pigeon. Pigeonhole. Say, Mary, did Phil say anything to you about this wild scheme of his?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Yes, he told me, and no, I ain't going to tell you.
Anyway, I think Phil ought to be at least loyal enough to discuss it with me before he takes any definite steps.
Hey, Jack, here comes Phil now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the boy?
Jackson? You know, Phil, it's cute the way you call me that every week, you know. Say, what's this gag I hear about you getting your own program?
It's not a gag. You and I have been fighting so much lately that I thought it'd be better to call it quits.
Oh, that's silly.
Silly nothing. You're just tough to get along with, and that's all.
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're always flying off the handle.
I am not. I'm sweet and lovable.
And you're always yelling and shouting at me.
Shouting at you?
And you're always losing your temper.
Why, you baggy-eyed ingrate, I never lose my temper, and you know it. I love you, you rat.
Oh, sure.
Now, you listen to me, Phil Harris.
Gee, you'd think they were married.
Keep out of this, Kenny.
Let's forget it, Jack. You're just tough to work for, and that's that.
Oh, I'm tough to work for. Did you hear that, Mary? You think I was a regular Simon Legree.
All you need is a whip.
I wasn't talking to you. Now, look, Phil. Look, I'm not begging you to stay on this program.
And get up off your knees.
I'm not on my knees, and I wish this was television so I could prove it. Look, Phil, I'm not begging you to stay, but if you leave, you're making a serious mistake.
All right, Jack, give me one reason why I should stick with you. Just one reason.
Well, in the first place...
Go ahead, give me one reason.
Well...
Ladies and gentlemen, while Jack is thinking of one reason, why don't you run out to your nearest grocer and ask for a package of Jell-O? It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Well, for one thing, Phil Harris...
All right, come on. Why should I stick with you?
Well, for one thing, we've got a contract.
A fine contract. I supply the orchestra, and when people throw money at us, I have to split it with you.
Well, how often does that happen? Maybe once in a fortnight. And another thing.
Oh, Jack, what are you beefing about? If Phil wants to go, let him go.
Certainly.
You can get Abe Lyman to take his place.
Oh, that would be fine. Abe Lyman happens to be the cab driver that punched me in Toledo. That's all I need.
Jack, you know a lot about music. Now, why don't you form an orchestra of your own?
Well, maybe I will. Say, I could organize a darn good swing band, believe me.
If you do, I got a swell name for it.
Never mind.
What is it, Mary?
Jack Benny and his cut rate 12.
Listen, Mary, I don't have to worry about getting a band together because Phil is only bluffing. If he went out on his own, where would he get a sponsor?
Don't worry about me. I've got a sponsor.
Oh, you have, eh? Well, who is it? I mean, what's your product?
Bixby's Bubble Gum.
Bixby's Bubble Gum? I never heard of it.
Well, here, have a stick.
Keep it. Bubble gum.
That's not the only offer I had. I could have gone on the air for Macmillan's Corn Plasters.
Corn plasters?
Yes, corn plasters.
Well, that would be more your style. Half the time you're corny and the other half you're plaster. Anyway... If you're smart, Phil, you'd stay right here on the Jell-O program. And I'll try and make life a little easier for you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, pardon me, come in. Well, the mayor of Van Nuys. Hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck.
Well, Andy, it's nice seeing you. You don't get around here as often as you used to.
Well, Buck, by the time I get through with the farm and the city hall and my love life, I'm pretty busy.
Love, huh? Oh, so you're going in for a little romance, eh, Andy?
Little nothing. She weighs 300 pounds.
300 pounds? Well, you never told me about her before. Say, she ought to make you a nice wife for Andy, huh, Mary?
Yeah, he can hitch her to the plow.
Well, Andy, tell me, you're going to get married?
Well, that's the reason I came down here, Buck. I'd like to ask your advice.
Well, Andy, as long as you want my advice, all I can say is, if you love the girl, go right ahead and propose to her.
Well, I have, but every time I do, she just looks at me and giggles.
Giggles?
And Pa thinks she's an idiot.
Oh, what does your ma think?
Ma said Pa's a fine one to talk.
Well, Andy, don't pay any attention to them. Just follow your own heart. Say, is this girl from Van Nuys?
Yeah, she's in business out there. She's a plumber.
Oh, a lady plumber. Well, 300 pounds. Say, Andy, how do you manage to hold her out your lap?
Well, my hired man sits alongside of me.
Well, Andy, all I can say is don't let anybody interfere with your happiness. If you love the girl, marry her. And I wish you a lot of luck.
Thanks, Buck. I feel better now.
That's good.
Hey, Andy, stick around, will you? I'd like to talk to you after the program.
Well, what about Phil?
Well, it's a business proposition, and I don't want to discuss it in front of Jack.
Now, Phil, you've got a number to play, so spit out your bubble gum and go to work.
Okay, boss.
Oh, Andy, how about coming over to my house tomorrow for dinner and bring your folks?
Thanks, Buck. Is it all right if my girl comes along?
Sure, Andy. Bring her to dinner, too. Why not?
It's about time she lost some weight.
Quiet, Mary. I'm just trying to be nice. Play, Phil. This Can't Be Love, played by smiling Phil Harris and his rhythm rascals. And, Phil, that's what I call real class. You know, that number had so much life and brilliance to it.
Thanks, but I'm leaving just the same.
Phil, I wasn't trying to flatter you. That number was swell, and I felt I ought to give you and the boys credit.
All of a sudden, the orchestra is good.
Yeah, some obviousness.
No, I'm serious. Well, anyhow, to get on with our play, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced last week, we are going to present our version of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now, I will play the part of...
Say, Buck, it's none of my business, but did you hear Fred Allen Wednesday night?
Allen? No, Andy, I missed him again. Tell me, what did my Oriental friend have to say? I mean, anything worth probing into?
Oh, he hopped all over you, Buck.
Yeah.
He said he's going to push your spine so far down your pants you're going to walk like a tripod.
Ha, ha, and cook.
No kidding, Jack. Fred make you look like a nickel.
Listen, Mary, he couldn't make me look like a nickel if my father was a buffalo. He's nothing but a fake.
Fake? Then how come he challenged you to a fight?
That's a laugh. How can he fight? In the first place, he's terribly nearsighted.
Nearsighted?
Yes. I saw him at a party one night trying to make a date with a hall tree. I finally had to tell him that the umbrella stand was her little boy. That guy.
No kidding, Jack. Are Alan's eyes really that bad?
Bad, Don. To him, Hedy Lamarr is just a gorgeous blur. I'd go in the ring with Alan anytime.
Be careful. He might hit you from memory.
Listen, Mary, he couldn't hit me if he put wheels on his wrist and they ran up to my nose on a track. Now, listen, fellas. Come here a minute, will you? I got a secret about Alan that I've been guarding for years. I never was going to mention it, but I'm so burned up that tonight I'm going to show you what a heel he really is.
What do you mean, Jack?
Well, in the first place, he ought to be the last one in the world to ever say anything against me.
Why?
Well, because 12 years ago, when we were in vaudeville together, I saved Fred Allen's life. That's why.
You saved his life?
Yes. Now, let's forget it. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Oh, no, you don't. It was 12 years ago in Altoona, Pennsylvania. We were both on the same bill, Fred and I, at the Palace Theater. I'll never forget that night. Alan, who was then a juggler, was standing in the wings, waiting to go on. And I, the headliner, stopped to give him a word of encouragement. Hello, Freddie.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, you can call me Jack. What's the matter? You seem a little nervous tonight, Freddie.
Well, gee, Mr. Benny, talking to a big star like you is quite a thrill for me.
Oh, don't say that. Well, Freddie, Fink's mules are about through, so it's time for your act. So go out on the stage and juggle those clubs.
Gee, I wish I was a great comedian like you.
Well, why don't you try telling some gags while you're out there juggling?
Oh, I can never think of anything clever to say.
You see, folks? Well, keep plugging, Freddie. You might get there one of these days. They're ready for your act now. That was his theme song, folks. Chinatown. Get it?
My first trick, ladies and gentlemen, will be juggling 3 Indian clubs at the same time.
3 clubs, some trick. There he goes, dropping him as usual.
Darn it.
We want Jack Benny. Yeah, bring on Benny.
Altoona was one of my best towns, folks. Gee, Alan is nervous.
And now for my next trick, ladies and gentlemen. I will juggle 3 Indian clubs and a cannonball at the same time.
Cannonball? I never saw him do this one before. Say, that's pretty good.
Oh!
Good heavens! The cannonball dropped on Alan's foot. He's hurt badly. Ring down the curtain. Stand back, everybody. Give him air.
What happened, mister?
Can't you see he dropped a cannonball on his foot?
Oh!
Don't worry, Freddie. I'll take you to the hospital at once. And you're going to be all right. Well, folks, we finally got Alan to the hospital. And after I paid his entrance fee, which I never got back, they took him to the operating room. And the doctor called me aside and said,
Mr. Benny, I'm afraid this is serious.
What do you mean, Doctor?
When that cannonball dropped on Alan's foot, it severed the femur and the anterior portion of the tibia.
Oh, my goodness.
There's only one thing that can save him.
What's that, Doctor? I'll do anything.
He must have a blood transfusion immediately.
A blood transfusion? Thank you. Well, Doctor, all I can say is, this unfortunate young man is my friend. And if my blood can save his life, I am ready. So they took Alan to the operating room, placed my foot next to his, And the doctor said to the nurse...
Are you ready for the transfusion, Miss Stewart?
Yes, Doctor.
Then hand me that ice pick.
Wait a minute. Don't I get an anesthetic for this?
Yes. Oh, nurse, fan Mr. Benny with a herring.
If you do, I'll snap at it. Make it quick, Doctor.
Oh, Doctor.
Hurry, Doc, please. Alan is sinking fast.
All right. We'll just tap your vein here and attach a hose to it.
Go ahead, Doctor. I'm not afraid. Oh, I'm in awful pain now, folks. See what I went through for that mandarin?
There we are. All right, Miss Stewart, open the valve and draw the blood.
Yes, Doctor.
My goodness. Here, take it easy, Doc. That's not ketchup, you know. And don't forget to wipe my windshield.
All right, Miss Stewart, that's enough.
Enough? I look like a bottle of milk now. But it was worth it for good old Fred. So thanks to me, the transfusion was successful. And the next day I visited Alan in his private room in the hospital, which I also paid for. Hello, Freddie. How do you feel, kid?
I'm much better, Mr. Benny, and as long as I live, I will never forget what you did for me.
Don't mention it, Freddie.
You know, Mr. Benny, since that transfusion yesterday, I feel entirely different. I feel so mentally alert.
No fooling.
I keep thinking of jokes all the time, and I owe it all to you.
Now, please.
Here, Mr. Benny, have a cigar.
Oh, thank you. I'll smoke it later.
No, smoke it now. Here, I'll light it for you.
Okay. Say, the cigar is very... Why, darn you, that cigar was loaded.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. That's my first joke.
So you see, ladies and gentlemen, my blood not only saved Alan's life, but made him the comedian he is today. I thank you. There you are, fellas. That little play shows what a heel Alan really is.
Oh, Jack, I don't believe that big cannonball really fell on Alan's foot.
Oh, you don't, eh? Well, for your information, young lady, he still buys his shoes from the same store as Donald Duck. Play, Phil.
Ease, speed, and mouth-watering goodness combined in one delicious new dessert. You'll want to try it and try it soon. Jell-O chocolate pudding with that old-time homemade goodness. Yes, sir, it's every bit as good as the kind that Mother used to make. Rich, smooth as satin, and real chocolatey. Full-flavored and tempting with a grand appetizing color and a marvelous taste. For Jell-O chocolate pudding is made with the fine, wholesome ingredients, the kind you'd use yourself right in your own kitchen. You'll enjoy every creamy spoonful, and you'll enjoy the other two flavors just as much. Jell-O butterscotch pudding and Jell-O vanilla pudding. For all three new Jell-O puddings are smooth and rich-tasting and delicious. And all three are easy to make. You'll find the simple directions on every package, and the handiest way to buy is 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding. The real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 17th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And don't forget, folks, if you have not already done so, you can help fight infantile paralysis by joining the March of Dimes. You know, Mary, I hated to expose Fred Allen like that, but after all, what could I do?
Well, I don't blame you.
I'll tell you something else, Mary. I'm the kind of a guy that if Allen needed another transfusion, I'd be the first one to volunteer.
Go on. You haven't any more blood than a piece of salt pork.
Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O. Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good health to all from Rexall. It's the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show, presented by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from all 10,000 of us. The 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. You know us by the orange and blue Rexall sign on our windows. But our best identification is that we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. These are the famous guaranteed products scientifically compounded to do a job for you. Like Plenamons, Rexall's popular multivitamin capsule. 2 tiny Plenamon capsules a day give you more than your daily minimum requirements of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established. Plus, valuable liver concentrate and iron. That's the kind of quality we family druggists are talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Today is Mother's Day, and Phil has decided to make it a real holiday for Alice. And now as we look in, Phil and the children are surprising Alice by bringing her breakfast in bed.
Good morning, honey, and happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day,
Happy
Mommy.
Mother's Day, Mommy.
Oh, thank you, girls. Good morning, Phil. Phil, what have you got on that tray?
A surprise. I made your breakfast, and I'm going to serve it to you in bed.
You made my breakfast?
Yes, sir. And what a breakfast. It's real Southern style. Orange juice, toast, ham hocks and eggs, hominy grits, black-eyed peas, candied yams, and turnip greens.
Thank you, Jefferson Davis. Girls, did Daddy make you eat a Southern breakfast, too?
Yeah, but he all shown up did.
You know something, Alice? You're going to love this food. Just wait till I take the napkin off the tray and show you a really appetizing sight. There.
Oh, Phil. Aren't you overdoing this Southern stuff a little? Black-eyed peas, hominy grits, turnip... Wait a minute. What's this?
Picture of Robert E. Lee.
Do I have to eat that, too?
No, of course not. That's your Mother's Day present from me.
And, Mommy, there's a present on your tray from Phyllis and me.
Oh, what lovely handkerchiefs. Thank you, children.
We also wrote a poem for you. Daddy helped us. Go ahead, Daddy. You read it.
Okay. To you on Mother's Day. Roses are red and violets are blue. Dear old mother, we love you. Though your brow is all furrowed and wrinkled with care, we love every thread in your graying hair.
Graying hair?
Please, I'm not finished. As you sit in your rocker close by the wall, your little gnarled hands are knitting a shawl.
Gnarled hands?
After all you've done, we want no other, and so we say thank you, Whistler's mother. How'd you like that, Ma?
Oh, mighty fine, Pa. If you'll hand me my teeth, I'll make a speech. That's quite a poem, Phil.
Well, I'm glad you like it, honey. Hey, I got another surprise for you. I'm going to make this a real Mother's Day for you. I'm going to do all the work around the house, and you're going to do nothing but lie there in bed all day.
Oh, but, honey, I don't want to lie in bed.
Don't argue. This is your day, and you're going to do it whether you want to or not. Now, go ahead and eat your breakfast, and I'll go in and make the children's beds. You kids want to help me?
You better leave them here to feed me. I don't know if I can lift the spoon with my gnarled hands.
Okay, then I'll do it myself. I'll make up the beds, and then I'll vacuum the rugs. And now, if you'll excuse me, I must get to my bed. Hey, it wasn't hard at all cleaning these rugs. This attachment on the vacuum made it a cinch.
Well, Phil, how are you doing?
Oh, wonderful. I just vacuumed these rugs, and look at the way they shine.
Shine? Oh, Phil, you used the wrong attachment. You waxed my rug.
Well, it'll preserve the nap over the summer. Hey, and I made the beds.
I know. I just remade them. You're a fine-looking mess. What have you got on your head?
A dust cap? How do I look?
Oh, adorable. You look simply scrumptious in your dust cap, apron, and high-button shoes. Maybe you'd better let me take...
Hey, wait a minute. That's the door. I'll answer.
Oh, you're not going to the door dressed like that, are you?
I look okay. Oh, hello, Frankie.
Well, if it ain't John's other wife.
All right, cut out the comedy. I'm just dressed like this to help Alice.
You look fetching.
All right, I say. What are you doing here, anyway?
I came over to put the lug on you. I need some dough.
No, you don't. You ain't getting any more money out of me.
It ain't for me, Curly. See, today's Mother's Day. I need the dough to make a long-distance call to my mother.
Oh, well, that's different. That's a nice gesture.
Yeah. She's a swell old lady. She's out of this world, Curly.
I know how you feel. You want to know something, Frankie? If you want to call her, I'll gladly lend you the money. How much do you need?
$500.
500? How far out of this world is she? Where does she live, on Mars?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Mother lives in Tibet. She's a high llama. Now, it costs money to call there.
Stop with that, Bramley. If you wanted the money...
It's getting close to lunchtime, and Oh, hello, Frankie.
Hi, Alice. Happy Mother's Day. You having a nice day?
Oh, wonderful. Phil has taken over the household duties for the day. He made my breakfast, and I got some lovely presents.
Oh, really? What'd you get?
The children gave me some beautiful handkerchiefs.
What'd Curly give you?
Robert E. Lee and heartburn. Why don't you come on in and make yourself at home, Frankie? I have to go in and do the breakfast dishes.
No, you don't, Alice. Frankie and me'll do the dishes, won't we, Frankie?
No. I ain't going to wash no dishes. I'm liable to get dishpan hands, and then I wouldn't be able to play the guitar.
The way you played the guitar, you could do it with your feet, and nobody could tell the difference. Now, come on, I'll wash them and you dry.
I don't want to go.
Oh, stop grumbling, will you? Always grumbling. Now, if you're sweet, I'll sing to you. What do you want to hear?
That don't make no difference. The way you sing, everything sounds the same.
People brag, people boast, and consistently drink a toast to a place that a lot of them place at the top of the list. Are they wrong? Are they right? Is there reason for their delight? I must live in doubt till the day that I find out. Is it true what they say about Dixie? Does that sun really shine all the time? Do the sweet magnolias blossom round everybody's door? Do folks keep eating possum till they can't eat no more? Is it true what they say about Swanee? Is a dream by that stream so sublime? Do they laugh? Do they love like they say in every song? If it's true, that's where I belong. If you like a sweet magnolia lane and gals as sweet as sugar cane. Then hop the nearest choo-choo train. It's all aboard for Dixie. If you like to hear that southern drawl and them gals who say I loves you all, then there ain't no need for you to stall. Just get on down to Dixie. I'm going to pack my shoes and walking stick, my cotton shirts and my banjo pick. If you need me, you can reach me quick away down south in Dixie, 'cause it's true what they say about Dixie. That sun really shines all the time, and the folks are really living where Old Man River flows. They live on watermelon and honeysuckle groves. Yes, it's true what they say about Swanee. You can dream by that stream so sublime. Do they laugh? Do they love? Cross the Mason-Dixon line. Yes, it's true, and it's mine, all mine. There you are, Frankie. The dishes are all done. It was a cinch. You know something? I don't know why women make such a fuss about doing the dishes.
Me neither. Well, now we got them all washed and dried. What do we do with them?
Let's glue them together and put them away.
I think it'd be easier if we just swept them under the sink. You know, Curly, we broke quite a few of these. I don't know if Alice...
Well, how are you fellas coming along with the dishes? Oh, no, my good China. Phil, please stop. You're behaving like a berserk boll weevil. If you really want to make this a happy Mother's Day for me, forget the housework and just take me out to dinner tonight, huh?
But, honey, I was...
Please. I'll go call Tilius and make reservations at the Brown Jersey.
Oh, all right. Oh, gee whiz, Frankie. Alice is spoiling my whole Mother's Day. I wanted to do everything for her, but it ain't working out that way. Gee whiz, I wish I could think of something that she'd really appreciate.
Hey, Curly, I got it.
Huh?
If you want to do something big, something that she'll appreciate, don't take her out to dinner.
What do you mean?
Stay home and we'll cook the dinner.
Oh, sure, she'd love an old-fashioned Southern cooked meal and a... No, she had it for breakfast, and I don't think her little Yankee stomach could stand another corn.
Well, then don't make it Southern. Make her a real fancy meal like you get in a high-class French restaurant.
Oh, yeah, Alice loves to go to them French restaurants.
Sure.
Yeah, she loves that French food. But I don't know nothing about that kind of cooking.
I do.
Yeah?
Sure. Between us, we'll cook her the best French meal she ever had. Where's Alice's cookbook?
Well, it's up there in the cupboard next to the stove.
Okay, let's get it.
Wait a minute. Hey, Frankie. Are you sure you know what you're doing? You know you can kill people this way.
Stop worrying. I'm a great French chef and a connoisseur of good food. I can... Hey, Alice already has something cooking on the stove. I must say, it smells delicious.
It does, huh?
Yeah. I know good food when I smell it. What's she got cooking in that big pot?
The laundry. I can see you're going to be a big help, Francois, the chef. You're going to be great.
All right, I'll do all right. All right, here's the cookbook. I'll just turn to the chapter on French dishes. Here it is. Hey, here's something that sounds good.
Yeah?
Bouillabaisse avec poisson de la mer. How'd you like that?
I'd rather have the laundry. What is that thing? How do you make it?
You don't know how to make bouillabaisse?
You do?
Well, it's simple. You get a couple of good, juicy bulls and you bathe them.
Yeah, it sounds great, Remley, but I don't think we can do it.
Why not?
We ain't got a bull in the house.
Someone's a bad housekeeper.
All right. Give me that book, Remley. Let me have a look at it.
Right.
Let's see now. Let's see. Hey. Hey, look here. Here's something that sounds good. Olive Versailles. Let me see. Hey, we got all the ingredients we need to make that.
Yeah, well, let's get started.
Okay. Pass me a Versailles.
Curly, Versailles is a French city.
Oh. Well, how about this Boop? Is that a city, too?
Of course not. A boop is a female bull.
Don't you think this room's a little too small to cook a bull in? Look, maybe we'd better look for another animal, something we're familiar with. Hey, look here.
What's that?
Here's something right here at the bottom of the page we know about. Turkey. Hey, look, they tell you several different ways here to serve it. We can have turkey glace, turkey de lions, and turkey touron the page.
That's turn the page. Touron the page. Oh, Maurice. No, don't bother looking any further, Curly. During my many years of experience as a French chef, I have found there's only one way to serve turkey, and that is turkey de la chanson à la mort.
How's that?
Dead.
Tapped out turkey.
Yeah, Alice will love turkey the way I prepare it. I'll get started right away, and I'll have it ready in no time. It'll be a rich golden brown, stuffed with chestnut dressing and oozing with delicious gravy. I can see it on the table now, can't you?
No.
What's the matter? Ain't you got no imagination?
I ain't got no turkey.
That might slow me down a little. Well, we can't buy one at the market. It's closed today. Hey, wait a minute. There's a turkey ranch here at Encino. I know the owner. I'll call him and tell him to send one over.
Okay, Frankie, look. Now tell him to send the biggest bird he's got. Then I'll invite Alice's family over to dinner, and then you can stay, too.
Okay, Curly, I'll call him right away. You better go in and keep Alice away from the kitchen so we can surprise her.
Don't worry, I'll keep her occupied.
And they meant to just for me.
Oh, Alice, go on. Sing that once more.
Oh, but still, I've already sung it for you 8 times. Why do I have to sing it again?
It fascinates me to watch your epiglottis knock against your tonsils. Now, go ahead, honey. Sing it once again, will you, for me?
All right. The first time he's ever asked me to do this. You were meant for me. I was meant for you. Nature patterned you when she was done. You were all the sweet things rolled into one. You're like a plaintive melody that never lets me free. For I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they meant you just for like a plain melody that never lets me free. For I'm content, the angels must have sent you, and they made you just for me.
Zooks. That guy really sent over a big turkey. Never seen one so big before. But if we're having a lot of people for dinner, I
Hey,
guess...
Frankie, did the guy bring the turkey yet?
Yep.
Oh, good. Is it a big bird?
Medium size.
How much does it weigh?
54 pounds.
54 pounds. I got to see that thing. Where is it?
Right there on the floor.
Holy smoke. Why did you order anything that size? It looks like an ostrich.
Oh, you're exaggerating. It ain't that big.
It ain't. Put a hostess on it and it'd look like a DC-6.
Look, Curly, it's all we got and we'll have to use it. It's already dressed. All we got to do is pick it up off the floor and put it in the oven.
Put some slacks on it. Look, Frankie, I don't think you ought to put...
I just dropped into... Hey, what's that dead horse doing on the table?
It's not a horse, Julius. It's a turkey.
This is a turkey. That's the biggest beast I've ever seen.
All right. Ain't nobody asking you. Now, come on, Frankie. Let's put it in the oven.
Hmm?
Hey, wait a minute. Before we do, is there any stuffing in this bird?
I don't know. The guy said it was dressed, so I guess that means there's stuffing in it.
Yeah, but how can we be sure?
Why don't one of you crawl in and see?
I wonder how stuffing a la Julius would taste. Come on, Curly. We better get this bird cooking. Help me carry it over to the oven.
Are you kidding, Hastings? Thing's too heavy to carry. You couldn't carry that. Maybe we can roll it over.
No, we might break the legs off. Maybe we can wax the floor and slide it over.
Why don't you put a saddle on it and ride it over?
I wonder where a guy goes to get shots against this kid. Stop yapping, Julius, and help us. That's what you can do. Now, the three of us ought to be able to lift it. Frankie, you open the oven door.
Okay.
Get it open. Now, Julius, you grab the front end, and Frankie and Neil grab the back end. Are you ready, men? All right, lift.
Hey, let's get this thing in a hurry. It's heavy.
All right, we'll rush it in and close the oven door fast so it don't jump out again. Come on, Julius, back up fast. Back up.
Yeah. We got it in, Curly.
Hey, you guys, let me out of here!
Holy smoke, we shoved Julius in by mistake. The turkey's still lying on the floor.
What do you think?
You think we can get away with it, Hansel?
Worth a try, Gretel.
Okay, turn it up to 500 and see what happens. Oh, he's walking, Frankie. You might better let him out. Open the door. All right, kid. Climb on out.
What are you, a couple of wise guys or something?
What are you kicking about? You got a nice tan in there.
When I tell my old man you tried to fricassee my little buddy?
All right. Well, beat it. Get out of here. Go ahead. Come on, Frankie. Let's you and me lift that turkey.
Yeah.
All right, together now. 1, 2, 3.
All right. Now I'll turn the gas on and let it cook. This bird looks kind of tough. Might take a little longer than usual.
Well, in that case, you turn the oven up as high as it'll go. Hey, wait a minute, Remley.
What?
You know something? With this turkey, we ought to have some kind of a salad with dinner.
Leave that to me, Curly. I'll make you a nice tossed green salad.
Okay, now mix it good. In the meantime, I'll go up and tell Alice what we're doing.
Fellas, it's 8 o'clock already and I'm starved. When do you think that kangaroo will be done? You said it would be ready at 6.
Well, it's a little tougher than we thought. You tested it at 6 and it was still hard.
Why don't you try it again, Alice?
All right.
Well, how's it coming, honey?
The turkey's still hot, but the oven's getting soft. Oh, Phil, I can't wait any longer for dinner.
Hey, why don't we have the salad I made while we're waiting? I made a wonderful tossed green salad, mixed to a turn.
Sounds good. Where is it?
It's still in the Bendix.
You mixed it in my Bendix?
Sure. Not only tossed the salad, it washed the lettuce at the same time.
Now, that's the last straw. We're going out to dinner.
We are not. This is Mother's Day. It's your day, and you're going to do as I say. Now, we're not going out to dinner, and that's final. There. Now, was this a delicious turkey dinner or wasn't it?
Oh, it sure was, Curly. The best turkey dinner I ever had. How'd you like it, Alice?
Oh, I must admit it was wonderful.
Certainly was. You guys want anything else?
Oh, no, thanks. I couldn't eat another thing.
Oh, me neither. Now, let's get away from the table, huh?
All right. Hey, waiter, bring me the check, please.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. But first, here's your Rexall Family Druggist.
Next week is National First Aid Week. 7 days when the National Association of Retail Druggists call your attention to the great need of proper first aid knowledge and first aid necessities that so often save lives. We are indeed proud tonight to salute the Retail Druggist of America, as well as the 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists who are thus serving the communities and homes of this country. Next week, drop in on the Rexall family druggist in your town or neighborhood. He'll be glad to tell you the essential first aid items you should always have on hand. What's more, he carries Rexall's complete first aid line. Everything from sterile cotton and handy gauze pads to the proper antiseptics, surgical powder, burn remedies, plus certain Rexall exclusives like Rexall's marvelous new ProCap adhesive tape and Rexall Quick Bands. He'll also be glad to show you Rexall's specially designed first aid kits, priced at 98 cents to $2.10. Look for these products wherever you see the orange and blue Rexall sign on the window, because when accidents do happen, it's good to know you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Folks, this is Phil again. Tomorrow, Jack Benny and I leave by chartered TWA Constellation to play 21 cities with our big 2-hour stage show. You'll see Jackson, Rochester, beautiful Vivian Blaine, and my whole band, and many wonderful extra acts, all in person. We open in Wichita, Kansas this Tuesday, Wednesday in Kansas City, Thursday in Des Moines, Friday in St. Paul, this Saturday in Moline, Illinois, and next Sunday in Milwaukee. Tickets are on sale now, and it's really a wonderful show, and we want you all to be there. Join us again on the air next Sunday. Thanks, and good night.
Good night, everybody.
This program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Next time you buy Milk of Magnesia, remember that Rexall Milk of Magnesia is the one almost completely free of that unpleasant earthy taste. Yes, due to the purity of its ingredients, the scientific care used in its manufacture, Rexall Milk of Magnesia is so mild, so light and fluffy, so creamy smooth that even children can taste the difference. Ask for Rexall Milk of Magnesia wherever you see the orange and blue Rexall sign on the window. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Next, Sam Spade, then Paulette Goddard and Theater Guild on NBC.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jack Benny in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents the story of a successful bank robbery, including the astounding history of the unhappy man who perpetrated the crime. It's called The Face is Familiar. Our star, in his first dramatic appearance of the season, Mr. Jack Benny.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the world-famous Autolite family. Tonight we announce the $100,000 Autolite family charity drawing. During the next 11 weeks, all of you 18 years of age or over can take part in this greatest of all charitable events. And here's how. Just visit the showroom of any Autolite family car dealer and sign your name and address on the registration form he gives you. Ask him to sign the receipt portion. That's all. Nothing else to do. No need to buy a thing. And yet, you may be one of 25 selected to name the recognized charities that will receive a total of $100,000 in cash on the 1st of June. Think of it, thousands of dollars in cash to be given to your favorite recognized charity or charities if you are one of the favorite persons. So go tonight, go tomorrow to Autolite family car dealers and sign your name and address to the registration form he gives you. Later on, I'll tell you the names of the Autolite family car dealers who are participating in this great Autolite family charity event.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed The Face is Familiar, starring Mr. Jack Benny, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
I still can't understand why they picked me, of all people. Me, of all people. That's why it's so hard to believe. That it all happened, I mean. But it did. It really did. Just because I like to go to the railroad station. Walk around, look at the trains, study faces. I never forget a face. I never forget a train, either. But it's easier to forget a face. For a matter of fact, I remember some faces that would be a lot better for me to forget. Like Harry Edmonds' face, for instance. That's the day it all started. The day I saw Harry Edmond way across on the other side of the terminal. That's the station. He was talking to a big fellow. Harry's face I remembered right away. I never saw the big fellow before.
Better get going, Harry.
But you can't pull off the job.
I stuck up a bank before.
Yeah, sure, and they'd spot you the minute you walked in.
I know you, too. This is your hometown.
Oh, sure, neither one of us is right.
Let the boss decide. Come on.
I thought about it on the train down. We need somebody new.
We're not splitting this take with anybody else. It goes three ways now.
Look, if we have to, we have to. And if we wait too long, we got to let the whole thing go until next month.
Then we wait.
Not for me. This town is too hot for me. Somebody is liable to recognize me.
Yo-ho, Harry! Harry Edmond!
Who's that?
Where?
Over there. Some guy calling you.
Harry Edmond, you old son of a gun.
Rush this guy.
Well. Good old Harry Edmond.
You got me mixed up with somebody else, mister.
No, I haven't. I know who you are.
Yeah?
Harry Edmond. You used to live on 12th Street and 2nd Avenue.
What city?
This city. Here. Don't you remember me, Harry?
Can't say as I do, so long.
Harry! Oh, Harry Edmund! Harry! Hey, Harry. No kidding. You don't remember me, don't you? Seriously, Harry. You remember Pinky Smith? He had a wart on his finger. And Alan Davenport. He had a birthmark on his neck. Well, I'm Tom Jones. I have nothing. I'm clean.
Brush him, get rid of him.
No, wait. I think we got our answer.
Huh?
I think we got the Indian pay to handle some of our bank business.
Harry, try to remember. Right now, try to remember.
Yeah, 12th Street and 2nd Avenue.
That's right. That's right.
Well, I used to live around there somewhere, but I still can't...
Let me give you a hint.
Go ahead.
Remember Gordon's candy store on the corner? And remember the great bunch of guys who used to hang out there?
Yeah?
And remember those pesky kids who used to tag along? Nagging, saying, let us in. Can we come too? Always pesting. Always trying to horn in. But one of them was me, Tom Jones. Remember me now, Harry?
What'd you say your name was again?
Jones. Tom Jones.
The name sounds very familiar.
We grew up together.
Yeah. Well, what are you doing these days?
Oh, a little bit of everything. And you?
Banking.
Oh, money, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's a nice field. Well, I gotta go look at the people. It was good talking over old times with you, Harry.
Hey, come on.
No, wait a minute. Look, you mind waiting a minute? What's your name again?
Tom Jones. Remember?
Oh, yeah, Tom. Yeah, well, wait a minute, huh?
Well, I'm kind of busy. Lots of appointments this afternoon.
Oh, I'd like talking over old times with you, Tom. Maybe we could have a drink and dinner.
Well...
On me.
Oh, well, yeah.
Good, except that Joe has an appointment here. Joe, couldn't you break it? Wait here a second.
Tom Jones.
Tom, yeah. Joe, come here. Let me talk to you a second.
What?
Now I know I got the answer. I know I found the pigeon who's going to do it for us.
Let the boss figure that out.
I tell you, I got it figured. Look at that guy.
Yeah?
He is it.
Him? He don't look like nothing.
Right, he's nothing. Isn't that what we want? Nobody that anybody ever saw before. Nobody that anybody would ever think of looking at twice.
Job's ready.
And if we don't pull it this afternoon, we lose another whole month, so come on. Oh, Joe can make it. He is going to join us. Joe, I forgot to introduce you. Have you met...
It's Jones, for heaven's sake.
Yeah.
Tom Jones.
Tom Jones, yeah. Well, Tom, meet Joe, and don't get sore. He's a kid I grew up with, Joe. We're going to have a great time talking over old times, 2nd Avenue. That's right, and your name is Tom Jones.
Yeah. I must admit that it is a difficult name to remember because it's so common. Don't you think so?
Oh, yeah, I sure do.
Well, it'll certainly be nice talking over old times.
Oh, yeah, I haven't talked over old times in a long time.
Well, Harry Edmund.
Yes, sir, and good old,
Tom,
yeah. Better get started.
Where to?
I want you to meet another old friend of mine.
Harry must have been doing very well. Very well. I mean, for a man in the money game. He had a brand new sedan with real leather upholstery. I know it was real leather because that used to be my game. Leather upholstery. Not much money in it, at least not for me. But I didn't let Harry know that. No, sir. What if he ran into another old friend from 2nd Avenue and the other old friend said, "How's old Tom Jones doing?" And Harry said, "Not very well. Not very well at all." Well, that can hurt a man once it gets around.
And then what happened?
Well, when I came back to the main office, I said I want 40% commission from now on.
Really?
But, of course, that would have made me a partner, the boss said.
Uh-huh.
After all, Harry, I'm not the kind of a guy who can be cooped up in an office. I've been a road man. The lure of the open road.
Oh, yeah.
the call of the open streets. See, I'm an outdoor type of salesman. Something of the pioneer kind, you know? Pioneer?
Yeah, pioneer.
You see, there are those salesmen who are made for offices and those of us who get out and break the plains, so to speak.
Tom, you surprise me.
Oh, I could keep going for hours, Harry. Literally hours.
Yeah, well, why don't you hold on to some of it till we have dinner?
Oh, sure. Say, I'll bet you never expected that pesky little kid who always used to hang around to get so big in his field.
Oh, I certainly did. We could sure use somebody like you in our outfit, Tom.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, now, that's very flattering, but I'm not sure it's right for me. I
bet I could get you, I don't know, maybe $10,000 a year to start with.
$10,000 a year, you say?
Yeah.
Well, I'd sure like to think about it.
Well, you talk to my boss. Maybe he can convince you.
I'm willing to listen, Harry. I'm willing to listen, all right. The business Harry was in was mighty successful, if the home of his boss was any indication. A beautiful big yellow house with a lovely green front door, and you could tell it was the home of a man who had worked his way up and knew what to do with what he had. Inside it was very homey. 2 fireplaces in the living room that looked like they were burning. A beautiful plaid carpet that must have been a real Oriental, and they wanted me in the business. Me, Tom Jones. Of all people.
Brandy, Mr. Jones?
No, thanks. Thanks. Spoil my dinner.
Cigar?
Well...
All clear Havana?
Oh, I can see that. I can always tell a good cigar just by looking at it. I know cigars, faces, trains.
You're a very well-informed man, Mr. Jones.
Well, you're kind of unusual yourself.
Why?
You remember my name.
Don't most people?
Most people don't even recognize me. People I've known for years.
Is that so?
Now, don't get me wrong. It's an asset in my business. See, people who tell me no when I try to sell them something say, come back next year. But I come back next week, and they don't even remember I was in the first time. Believe me, a face like mine doesn't come along every day.
I like you, Tom. Mind if I call you Tom?
Certainly not, Mr.
Just call me Boss. Everybody calls me that, especially people I like, and I like you.
I like you, too, Boss.
Then you're interested in coming into the organization?
Oh, I might give it a whirl. Let's put it that way.
I wouldn't want it any other way. A trial for both of us.
And the pay Harry mentioned?
Oh, I told him a starting salary, boy.
Well, let's talk about that at dinner. Come on, we'd better get started.
Isn't 2:45 in the afternoon a little early for dinner?
We have a few errands to do. Excuse us just a minute?
Oh, of course, sure.
You like the idea?
Perfect. Nobody'll ever remember him. I couldn't even describe to you what he looks like. Where's the satchel?
Right here, boys.
I thought you put the note inside.
Well, we wanted you to okay it first. Here, read it.
You are being covered by a gun from 2 different places in this bank. Do not send an alarm or you will be killed. Put $50,000 in the satchel. That's it. On a note.
How will you get him to take it in?
I always come up with the answer, don't I?
Yeah, sure, boss.
Come on, let's go.
Oh, we talked it over, and the boss likes you a lot.
For the last time, it's Jones. Tom Jones.
Yeah, well, I was only kidding, Tom.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
We better get started.
Where to first?
To the bank, Tom.
That's very kind, but completely unnecessary. I don't need my salary in advance.
I told you this is a high-class outfit.
To the bank. Gee.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in The Face is Familiar, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
This is Harlow Wilcox again. Tonight, the worldwide Autolite family is privileged to salute a distinguished member, the DeSoto division of Chrysler Corporation. So, I've stopped in at my local DeSoto Plymouth dealers to learn all about the wonderful DeSoto's 454.
Well, you're right about the new DeSoto automatics, Mr. Wilcox. They are wonderful, and for many reasons. For instance, there's the great DeSoto 170 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine, the world's most efficient engine design.
Well, explain why, Mr. Dealer.
The secret's in the hemispherical design of the combustion chamber. That's where your fuel is exploded to give you power. This design squeezes every last drop of power out of your fuel. Lets you use regular gasoline for real economy. This, plus DeSoto's fully automatic power flight transmission, power steering, power brakes, and Autolite electrical equipment are just a few of the many reasons why the 1954 DeSoto automatics put you ahead automatically.
Thank you, Mr. Dealer. Autolite is proud of its long connection with DeSoto and DeSoto Plymouth dealers everywhere.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of The Face is Familiar, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Gee, isn't it funny how you wait a long time for your ship to come in? There I was, watching a train, and my ship came in. Just because I recognized Harry's face. Boy, you gotta keep on your toes in this world. Because when opportunity knocks at your door, you gotta be all set to open it. Well, anyway, I'd opened the door, and before I knew it, we were downtown. To the bank already? I hardly noticed we were moving.
Do you mind waiting a few minutes?
Well, not at all.
I like you, Tom.
Let me tell you, I like you, too.
I'm certainly glad Harry met you after all these years.
And I'm glad, too. I like Harry.
And I like you, too, Tom.
Tom, yeah. You know, I feel like I've known all of you. Just all of you since 2nd Avenue. Boss, I even feel like I grew up with you.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Tom. Who's going to get the payroll?
Is that why we stopped at the bank? You pick up your own payroll?
Sure, why not?
For how much?
$50,000.
$50,000. And you pick it up yourself?
It's my money, and I work hard for it. It's my way. And if you don't like my way of doing things, Tom...
No, not at all. I've always felt, personally, I've always felt that people should pick up their own money. Always. Especially if it's $50,000 or more. Besides, armored cars haven't been doing too well in the past few years.
I like the way you think.
Well, maybe we should all pick up the payroll.
Wouldn't that make us a little too conspicuous?
Yes.
And besides, I want to discuss you a little more. I think you'll work out.
Fine. Say, maybe Harry can pick up the money while we talk.
I wanted to discuss you with Harry.
Oh. Well, how about Joe?
Joe picked it up last time. I don't like the same man going in twice in a row.
See, not Harry, not Joe, or you. Me?
I hate to ask you. You're not really part of my organization yet, and I don't like to see a man work unless he gets paid for it.
Well, I'd be happy to. Just delighted. Besides, I'm going to have to get used to large sums of money, and I guess there's no time to start like the present.
Just take this satchel up to the window and give it to the teller. The withdrawal slip is inside. The teller will know exactly what to do.
Fine. Oh, sure, of course. Did you call me?
No. Right ahead.
My, it's certainly crowded. So many people waiting in line.
Yeah.
People certainly must be doing well these days.
Yeah.
I'm very busy myself, you know.
So?
I have some friends waiting for me outside.
Good.
Now, I was just wondering, if you weren't in a hurry, would you mind...
No.
Oh. These lines certainly move slowly, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, he certainly took long enough at that window.
Yeah.
I hate people who dawdle over money. Don't you?
I guess.
Your transaction isn't going to take very long, is it?
Nope.
Good. That big bag you're carrying had me worried.
Yeah?
What sort of business are you in?
Penny vending machines.
Pennies? All those are pennies?
Something wrong with pennies?
Oh, no. No, of course not. Excuse me. I think I'll try that other line. My, it's certainly crowded.
I beg your pardon?
No, I say it's crowded. For such a big bank. Wouldn't you think they'd have more tellers?
I certainly do.
I mean, one, say, to handle pennies and so forth, you know. Well, there's one gone. I like the way that teller works.
I suppose.
Will your transaction take long?
Oh, no.
Good. I'm in a terrible hurry. Some friends are waiting for me on the outside.
Next, please. Yes, madam.
Well, in 1950, my husband opened an account in his name, a savings account. Then he transferred it to a checking account. Then we split up that money and opened a joint savings account and joint checking account. But we found out we didn't really close the other savings account. Of course, we thought we did, so some of our checking deposits have been...
Look, don't you think you should see the manager instead of taking this teller's time?
I'll handle this, sir, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
Madam, would you please take this up with the manager?
But if you don't mind, may I get to the window?
Well.
Yes? The withdrawal slip is in the bag.
Oh, a withdrawal. Next window, please.
Now, just a minute. You in there, teller. Open up.
Yes, sir.
You see, I've been moving from line to line, and I insist you handle this.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't violate the rules for anyone.
But this is a very important matter, you know. This isn't just some piddling sum.
How much are you withdrawing, sir?
I believe it's $50,000.
Oh, you're quite right. That is a lot of money. Now, will you please remove this bag and go to the next window?
Well, all right. At least the lines are getting shorter.
Yes, they are.
Wouldn't you think a bank this size could afford a few extra tellers?
How do you mean?
Like, say, one kind of teller to handle only pennies and another kind to handle matters of $50,000 or more.
I beg your pardon?
I suppose that sounds a little strange, but you'd be surprised how it would speed things up.
Oh, I'm sure.
And it needs it. Yeah, I came in feeling fine, just fine. Now I'm nervous from waiting.
I'll be through in a minute.
Well, it's terribly important. You see, some people are waiting for me outside.
Next, please. Here you are. 20, 30, 40. Thank you. Next, please.
Yes. Oh, wait, just a minute.
Something wrong?
I'll be back in a minute. My friends are calling me. Did you fellas call me?
No. Go back.
But someone honked the horn. I saw somebody else wave.
Go back.
A mistake. Just turn around and go back. We'll be here.
Oh, sure, of course. All right, sir, here's the bag.
Your deposit slip, sir.
Withdrawal. The slip is on the inside. From time to time.
Is this a joke, mister?
Listen, you. I've had enough. Now, you can read, can't you?
Yes, sir.
Then don't dawdle. Do what it says. That's fine. That's much better.
Yes, sir.
Come on. Go get it. Well, here's the money.
Give me that.
Hey, Harry! Where are you going? Stop! What are you doing? Harry!
got them? All right, Jenkins, take some rope down there and tie their hands. I set off the alarm as fast as I could, officer. Oh, come on, let's get down there. You can show me which one of those guys held you up.
All right, officer. I'm sure I'll remember it.
Hey, this is terrible. Step back, buddy. But it was me.
It was you what?
It was me, officer. Look, I took the bag in and I didn't know.
Are you kidding?
Tell her, look at me.
I am. You must be nuts.
No, I'm not nuts. It's me. Don't you recognize my face? Look at it.
Nothing like it.
What did the fellow look like?
Well, he had a lean face. Or slightly fat. No, lean.
Oh.
And brown eyes. No. Oh, gosh, I don't know.
It was me. Look, blue eyes, see? Me. And I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry.
Now beat it, Bud. Now think hard.
I am, but it was the most nondescript face I've ever seen.
Well, that's pretty nasty if you ask me.
Now tell me what you remember.
I can.
I was standing there. I just counted out $40.
Look, and I walked up to the window.
Oh, it wasn't you. This fellow was about 6 feet tall. Or 5 and a half.
5 feet 8. I'm 5 feet 8.
And he had a real menacing look.
No, I was smiling. See, look, I'm smiling. Look. Now do you remember?
Now, look here. Get out of here before I run you in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I remember now. He was 6 feet tall. He had red hair, and he was carrying a gun. He had a handkerchief over the lower part of his face, and he carried a cane.
Well, that's what happened. That was an eyewitness account of a bank robbery from the man who did it. Here I walked into the bank, robbed them of $50,000, and didn't even know I was doing it. Imagine. And nobody recognized me. They didn't know my face. You know, I bet I could walk into another bank and do the same thing. Nah, I better not.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Be sure you take part in the great Autolite Family charity drawing now at your Autolite Family car dealers. No need to buy a thing. Just sign your name to the registration form he gives you. Ask him to sign the receipt portion. You may be one of 25 selected to name the recognized charities that will share a total of this $100,000 cash distribution on June 1st. Here are the car dealers in your territory who have the Autolite Family charity drawing registration forms. DeSoto, Hudson, Dodge, Nash, Packard, Plymouth, Kaiser, Studebaker, Willis, and Chrysler. Visit them tomorrow. Fill out a registration form. Do your part to help favorite charities in your community. Share in this $100,000 cash distribution.
Next week, a story based on fact. The dramatization of one man's deadly way of earning his living. All he needed was the morning newspaper, a telephone, and a gun. It's called Want Ad. Our star, Mr. Robert Cummings. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis. The music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Face is Familiar was written for Suspense by Arthur Ross. In tonight's story, Sheldon Leonard was heard as Harry and Clayton Post as Joe. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Gene Wood, Hy Averback, and Stan Farrar.
The Jack Benny Show may be heard every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
The Jack Paar program, presented by Lucky Strike.
American.
Fine tobacco is what counts in the cigarette. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, year after year.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. American.
From Hollywood, Lucky Strike presents the Jack Paar program with Trudy Irwin, Jerry Fielding in the orchestra, yours truly, High Aberback, and starring America's new young humorist, Jack Paar, with a special guest tonight, Jack Benny.
Thank you very much. This is Jack Paar. Hello, and a special note to the F.E. Boone Fan Club in Lexington, Kentucky. Don't be impatient. F.E. will be back in 11 minutes. Well, Hollywood is all excited because Margaret Truman is giving a concert here next week. They say her father taught her to sing the scale like this. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, vi, to. Another interesting item from Hollywood this week is that a famous actress is going to remarry her first husband. It must be his turn again. Another actor got confused this week and he proposed to his own wife. This confused her so much that she accepted him. Now they have to get a divorce so they can go through it.
Jack, aren't you going to say anything about Great Britain placing a 75% tax on American films?
Yes, I've been worrying about that. So I've invited to the studio today a typical British moviegoer who's in this country on a special mission. He's been brought here to breathe on C. Aubrey Smith's monocle. His is the only breath containing Windex. Good evening, sir. Your name?
J. Arthur Faversham III. My father, you see, was J. Arthur Faversham II.
Mm-hmm. Who, may I ask, was J. Arthur Faversham I?
My mother. She passed away several months ago. It was the Prime Minister's fault.
The Prime Minister's fault?
Yes, you see, he was addressing the Empire on the wireless, and when he concluded, he said, "Chin up, everybody." That was fatal to Mother.
But why?
She was under the sink at the time.
I'm terribly sorry.
No matter. The drain is open again.
I do admire the way you British carry on. Tell me, will you miss American pictures?
Well, I don't care much for your pictures, but dash it all, I hope you continue to send that Lend-Lease popcorn.
If things are so difficult over there in England, why don't you all move to California?
Egad, we have the very same idea. In fact, before I left home, the Prime Minister was putting a giant propeller on one end of England. We're pulling up anchor.
But what if you can't squeeze the island through the Panama Canal?
Heavens to Bevan, sir, we'll force it through.
In that case, there will always be a long, thin England. In the absence of Lily Pons and Andre Castellanos' orchestra, who are not here much anyway, we turn to our young musical stars, Trudy Irwin and Jerry Fielding. Jerry's the one with the long hair. Trudy is the girl that she has to be a girl because, you see, all her clothes are made that way. And now a hush comes over the audience. The spotlight falls on Trudy Irwin. She gets up, brushes herself off, and sings Just One of Those Things.
It was just one of those things, just one of those one of those bells that now and then ring. Just one of those things. It was just one of those nights. Just one of those fabulous flights. A trip to the moon on gossamer wings. Just one of those things. If we'd thought a bit of the end of it when we started painting the town, we'd have been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we'll meet now and then. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things. Of the end of it when we started painting the town, we'd have been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we'll meet once again. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things.
Little-known people who mean absolutely nothing.
Friends, the world is full of little-known people. Perhaps you haven't given it much thought. Do you realize how little-known some people are? For instance, there's the man who reads the gas meters of the man who reads the gas meters. Another little-known is George, the third Smith brother, who was later cut off without a drop. Another anonymous little man is Rudolph R. Rudolph, who hopped around the world in 734 days. No plane, he just hopped. Tonight we have with us someone of this type, a girl, or I should say a lady tree surgeon, Mrs. John W. Grommel. It is Mrs. Grommel, isn't it?
Yes, but I just got a divorce.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't...
My husband tried to get something on me. He hired a private eye.
Well, I think we...
I shot it out.
That's all very interesting, Mrs. Grommel, but we'd like to hear about your career as a tree surgeon. How did you happen to take up that work?
Well, I kind of inherited it. My first husband was a tree surgeon. He got killed by a falling patient.
That was unfortunate, wasn't it?
Well, that's nothing. My second husband was killed by a falling tree. My third husband was killed by a falling tree, and so was my fourth husband. But my fifth husband died natural. He died in bed.
He did?
Yes, a tree fell on him.
A bad case of lumber in his slumber, huh? Tell me, Mrs. Grommel, I suppose being a tree surgeon requires a large amount of education.
Oh, yes. After leaving grammar school.
Go on.
That's all. Of course, we have 2 weeks of pre-med, then 1 week of med. Oh, I'll never forget the day I graduated a full-fledged tree surgeon. My, I was proud when the dean handed me my diploma and a pair of bloomers.
Did your training as a tree surgeon end then?
Oh, no, I interned at Berry Woods. You know, but I sometimes wonder if it's worth it. I'm just worn out today. I was up all night delivering an avocado.
Oh, boy or girl?
Did you ever see an avocado?
Mrs. Grommel, you've done wonderful things with trees. I understand you were the first one to put bath mats under weeping willows.
Well, thank you. But the case that I'm most famous for in my own little-known way is the case that I like to call the case of the giant redwood.
Up in Sequoia National Forest, huh?
Yes. You've seen the enormous tree with the highway running right through the middle of the tree?
Yes, I think we all have. Did you perform an operation on that tree?
Yes, a very delicate operation. I had to use 14 pounds of Jergens lotion. It was a removal operation.
You used 14 pounds of Jergens lotion?
Yes, I had to soften up 2 Buicks.
This has certainly been an interesting discussion, Mrs. Grommel. You must come back next summer. Is there some place we can contact you?
Oh, yes, I'm doing a local job now, a plastic surgery over in Griffith Park.
Plastic surgery on a tree?
Oh, yes, on lots of trees. I'm removing the penknife marks. Almost every tree in Griffith Park has a heart with an arrow through it, and Joe loves Mabel, or Joe loves Gertrude, or Joe loves Imogene, or Joe loves Mary, Joe loves Ruthie, Joe loves Toots, Joe... Anyway, I expect to be in Griffith Park for a long time, for months and months.
You mean the work will take that long?
No, I just met Joe.
Thank you, and good night.
Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows, the independent tobacco expert who knows from his own experience at the auctions what kind of tobacco is bought by the makers of Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows, the tobacco buyer.
Mr. Fred Evans of Danville, Virginia, has bought tobacco leaf at more than 3,000 different tobacco auctions. Recently, he stated,
Year after year, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine quality leaf. That fine, ripe, mellow tobacco you can't beat for top smoking quality. Smoked Lucky's myself for 19 years.
Yes, the man who knows. Experts like Mr. Evans can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Remember, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Friends, as you know, I am a summer replacement. A summer replacement is a fellow who broadcasts during the hot weather to give the other actors time to count the money they've made all winter. Frankly, I'm a little worried because my brief summer career is coming to an end. Radio's getting ready for the winter again. Edgar Bergen is repainting Charlie McCarthy. Fibber McGee is waxing Harlow Wilcox. And Phil Harris has switched to antifreeze with an olive.
Well, look, I'm not trying to worry you, Jack, but let's consider who's going to replace us. Well, we've done good shows. We're not failures. How can you be a failure? You're only 29.
Hi, we won't be failures for another 10 years yet. But that's radio. The summer's running out and our leaves are getting brown. Think how I feel. I thought I was a success. I have everything a young man wants. Fame, fortune, suede shoes.
But, Jack...
Let it go. Be optimistic, you know.
Jack, who's going to replace us? Lum and Abner have had their chance.
It's cruel, Hi, I know, but there's one good sign. Amateur hours are coming back. Fresh new talent will arise. Tonight we're going to give 3 young hopefuls a chance. The winner will be our winter replacement. Who knows? We may discover a new Phil Baker.
Oh, that's just grand. Well, Jack, here is our first discovery. Step this way, miss.
Good evening, miss. Your name is Griselda Furpo. Are you here to audition for our winter replacement?
Would I be here if this was Inner Sanctum?
Well, come to think of it, that veil does look a little like a cobweb. I presume you've had some experience in show business.
Certainly. I was with a USO troupe in Japan.
Japan? How long were you there?
Until the Americans arrived. It so happens I'm a singing midget.
Aren't you a little tall for a midget?
I'm standing on my sister.
Well, if you don't mind, you're not very attractive.
I don't mind. My sister's on top this week.
Well, what are you going to do for us tonight?
Well, if my sister Tangerine will jump down and go to the piano, I'll sing. Hey, Tangerine, jump already. Arpeggio, please. Heartache, heartache, my love and you meant only heartache. Your kiss was such a sacred thing to me. I can't believe it's just a burning memory. Heartache, heartache, what does it matter how my heart breaks? I should be happy with someone new. But my heart aches for you, a Ricky Ticky. My heart aches for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Furpo sisters. Stand by until the end of the program when the audience applause will decide the winner. Our second contestant in our talent search is a man here wearing the long black coat with a bird cage in his hand. Good evening, sir. What is your name?
Bonsoir, mon ami. My name is Monsieur Roudet-Lapé, the magician.
You're French, aren't you?
Allons, enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire y arrive. English translation, oui.
Well, we're glad to have you here in America. Incidentally, is it true what they say about those French bathing suits? I mean, what are they like?
Oh, they are very simple. You just take 2 handkerchiefs and throw one away.
I see, but you said you were a magician.
Oh, but oui, I do card tricks with mice.
Maybe I was listening wrong. Did you say you do card tricks with mice?
Yes. Here, pick him out.
Pick a mouse. No, Rude. You can't do that on the radio. Look, don't you do any of the conventional magician's tricks, like maybe sawing a woman in half?
Oh, but, monsieur, I shall never saw a woman in half again. I was never so humiliated. I was on the stage of the Orpheum Theater, you see.
You mean something went wrong with the trick?
Oh, yes. I don't know how it happened, but I was sawing this woman in half when all of a sudden I heard bloop, blip, bloop, blip.
Poor Simone.
But I have a trick for which I'm famous. Look, I take $50 from your nose. See?
Gee, I wish I'd known that this morning. I needed some change. Now, what else do you do?
Surprising as it may seem, I'm also a great hypnotist.
That's fine for the radio. Hypnotism.
Oh, yes. Look, I'll do it to you. Abba-dabba, sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep.
See, it really works.
It does?
Yeah, my abba-dabba's asleep. Thank you, monsieur. Please stand by for the decision of the audience. Now, here's our last contestant in our talent hunt for a winter replacement. Your name, sir?
Benny, Jack Benny.
No favoritism, please. Now, Mr. Benny, have you ever had any experience on the radio before?
Why, yes. In fact, I worked out on the radio up until 12 weeks ago.
Oh, and what have you been doing for the past 12 weeks?
Collecting unemployment insurance.
Tell me, Mr. Benny, these days of inflated prices, they worry me. Isn't it rather difficult to live on $20?
Yes, it's become almost impossible for me to save more than $12 a week. I had to close up the left wing of our house. Unfortunately, Mary's mother was in it at the time.
Mr. Benny, what can you do?
Well, here's my business card.
Do you mind if I unfold it?
Please do.
All right. Jack Benny, comedian and violin virtuoso. Violin selections provided for private parties and weddings, formerly with Phil Spitali. Mr. Benny, were you really with Phil Spitali?
Yes, until my voice changed. That was about 6 years ago. I finally left the orchestra with spite work or something. That Evelyn and her magic violin. You know, she just held hers. I had to play mine. But, Mr. Paar, you haven't finished reading my card yet.
Oh, yes. Can provide violin music for junior proms, birthday parties, taffy pulls, banquets, and anniversaries.
Oh, turn it over. There's more on the other side.
Oh, yes. Also, I'm being considered to accompany Margaret Truman at the Hollywood Bowl.
It's a cinch, you know, if she sings Love and Bloom.
Now, Mr. Benny, you said you were on the radio. Were you a contestant?
No, I was an entertainer. You see, many years ago, I started my career as a comedian in vaudeville. I knew I was a comedian because all my clothes were made that way.
And from vaudeville, you went into radio.
Yes, and I'll never forget those early days of broadcasting. Mr. Paar, maybe you heard one of my first shows.
I probably did. Which one were you, Mert or Marge?
No, Mr. Paar. He's bad living. I was the original Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy.
When you were a boy, we didn't have all of America.
Wait till you hear my next line. We did too.
Mr. Benny, you mentioned a few minutes ago that up until the last 12 weeks you were working on the radio. What type of show did you do?
Well, if you've ever heard me on the air, you'd realize I'm one of the funniest men in radio. And to prove it, I brought over a script of one of my shows. I was just great.
All right, Mr. Benny, you read your part, and I'll read the other roles.
Oh, there are no other roles to this. I just typed up the part I did on the show. Now, listen. Thank you, Don. Well, hello, Mary. Phil, you've got to do something about that band. Sing, Dennis. Rochester, answer the door. Yikes! Well, what do you know? It's Ronnie and Benita. But we're a little late, so good night, folks.
And, Mr. Benny, that is the mirth-quaking humor you did on the radio.
Yes, sir.
Well, maybe you'd better play the violin for us.
Just a second till I get it. 1 second. All right, let's go.
Mr. Benny, that's quite an expensive-looking violin you have there, huh?
It is, but I'm even prouder of the bow. You see, most bows are made of horsehair. This one comes from Lassie.
I thought it was an awfully short bow. Now, suppose you start.
Oh, just a minute. I want to rosin my bow here.
Oh, by all means do. Why the half shape?
Ready now. I brought my own. I try to talk in so you wouldn't get such a big laugh. I brought my own piano accompanist, Jose. Give me A, will you? That's close enough. Intermezzo. You know, if you don't do that fast, you're dead, you know. Why Spitali let me go and kept Evelyn? I'll never know. And now for a faster number.
That's enough, Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny, you can stop now. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Something wrong?
Yes, Mr. Benny, I don't feel you're quite ready yet.
But, Mr. Paar, you haven't given me a fair chance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but you're wasting my time.
Look, kid, your time is my time.
Mr. Benny, stand by for the decision of the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard our three contestants. Now, as I put my hand over each contestant's head, the studio audience will applaud, indicating their favorites. First, I have my hand over the Furpo system. Now I have my hand over Rudy LaPay, the magician.
Abadabba, abadabba, abadabba.
And finally, we have the violinist, Jack Benny.
Are you sure your hand is over my head?
Yes.
You're positive your hand is over my head?
Certainly, I have it right over your...
Uh-oh. What's the matter?
It's under your toupee.
Well, what do you know?
Jack Paar will be back in just a moment. But first, Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows.
American.
The Man Who Knows, the tobacco auctioneer.
Mr. James Monroe Ball, ace tobacco auctioneer of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, said not long ago,
season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine mellow leaf, tobacco that makes a swell smoke.
The Man Who Knows, the tobacco buyer.
Mr. Carl Hartfield, well-known tobacco buyer from Greensburg, Kentucky, recently said,
at auction after auction, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco, ripe, prime leaf. I've smoked Lucky's for over 28 years.
And so it goes with the man who knows, the tobacco expert. Remember, fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the air. Tune in next week to the Jack Paar Show with Trudy Irwin, the outstanding Paige Cavanaugh Trio, Jerry Fielding in the orchestra, yours truly, High Haverback, and Jack Paar.
Oh, Mr. Benny. Yes? We just took a secret ballot, and you've been elected to be our winter replacement.
Well, I knew it all along.
But, Jack, I'm a little worried. You're not going to play your violin or tell jokes, are you?
Oh, no, I've got something brand new up my sleeve. It's never been done before.
What is it?
Here, pick a mouse.
Good night, everybody.
Don't forget, friends, for the props and radio entertainment, set your dial to NBC Wednesday night for that thrilling newspaper drama, The Big Story. And on Saturday night, don't miss Your Hit Parade with Martha Tilton, the Pied Pipers, and starring Andy Wilson. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Oh, what makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and
Dentist Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream, Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dentist Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Who Put That Dream in Your Eye?
Who put that dream in your eye? And who put that song in your sigh? Who makes you thrill through and through? Who is that lucky guy I wish I knew? Please tell me who put that spring in your wall? And who put that lilt in your call? Your kiss could put me wise and make me realize that I put that dream in your eyes.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Secret that with the cost of living what it is these days, many of us are beginning to feel the pinch. But on the salary our young hero makes at Willoughby's store, he's almost completely black and blue. It's no wonder then that for months he's been looking for a job in his spare time in addition to the one he already holds. The wonder is that he seems finally to have found something. And flushed with excitement, he's just telling his girlfriend Mildred all about it, only to have his joy cool perceptibly at her none too enthusiastic reception of the news.
Well, gee whiz, Mildred, is that all you're going to say? I thought you'd be thrilled.
Well, maybe I should be, Dennis, but you see, you know so little about radio.
But there's big money in radio, Mildred. You take a fella like Jack Benny. I'll bet he makes upwards of $100 a week.
Well, yes, of course he does.
And that's for himself after he pays all his employees. I mean, like that girl Mary and the fat fella and Rochester and that very funny boy singer.
Benny's an actor, Dennis, a star. And you're just going to sell time for a local radio station.
Sure, and I'll make a fortune, because every merchant in Weaverville would jump at the chance to sponsor a brand new idea for a radio program. And that's just what I've got.
Well, you really have?
On just a regular serial, like Today's Children or, you know.
About a department store detective? No, I don't.
Sure you do. It's called David Something or Other, Counter Spy.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Well, then I got a better idea. Put on a serial, sure. But base it on someone who lives right here in Weaverville. And the first person I thought of was you.
Me?
Sure. I even had the title. Just plain old Mildred Anderson, girl, female.
Oh, Dennis.
And then I realized I'd have to bring in this home, the relationship between your mother and father, so I threw it out.
Why? Why?
And then I thought of my boss.
What about a serial, I asked myself, called Mr. Willoughby Faces Life?
Well, that doesn't sound too bad.
No, I decided it wouldn't work. Life would get all the sympathy.
Oh, I see.
And then, like a ton of bricks, it hit me. Why just one Weaverville character? Why not a serial based on everyone in town? You, me, Mr. Willoughby, Mr. Courtney, the banker, that old gossip, Mrs. Dolan, the butcher, the baker, everyone.
Oh, golly.
What an idea. I couldn't believe I had thought of it. I went right over to the mirror and kissed myself. Isn't it wonderful, Mildred?
Well, yes, I guess it is.
Why, girl, what is it? Have you no confidence in me?
Oh, yes, of course I have. Deep down inside.
Then let's dredge a little, shall we?
Dennis, it's just that, well, you're going to have to sell this thing to put it across, and every time you've tried to sell anything in the past...
Oh, you're looking at a new man, girl. I just, if there is. Don't Be a Chump, Be a Chum by Arthur Armquist.
Oh? You're sure this Arthur Armquist really knows something about salesmanship?
I'll say. He sold me the book.
Well, what does he say about selling?
Well, he says that the whole secret is in friendliness. A salesman's got to make other people his equal.
Oh, I guess you can do that.
Sure, but it'll be quite a come-down for most of my customers.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, anyway, the idea is to be a hail fellow well met. Call the prospect Kiddo or Buster or Sonny Boy or Junior or some name like that. He says it works every time.
And you think he's right?
Sure. This fellow knows what he's doing. Oh, wait a minute. I hear your mother coming downstairs. Watch. I bet I even get a friendly smile from her.
Well, that's the test, all right. I hope... Oh, good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Mildred. Dennis.
What do you say, Buster? Buster? Oh, pardon me. Wrong sex. What I meant was, how's it, kiddo?
Oh, Dennis, be careful.
Oh, just a friendly pat on the back, that's all. My pal and I understand each other, don't we, kiddo?
If I thought we did, I'd be on my way to a psychiatrist this minute.
Why, chum, that's no way to...
Don't you chum me, Dennis Day. And if you ever lay a hand on me again, I'll bet they'll quit me.
Gee, that didn't work out as well as I expected.
Are you going to give it up?
Well, it's merchants, and I got to get my foot in the door with that radio. I just hope now that I don't come home with my whole leg in a cast.
And so off our hero goes to the store, hoping to take the town by storm with his new radio program. But a storm is already brewing down at Willoughby's, a storm of an entirely different nature. We find Dennis's boss engaged in a most serious discussion with Herbert Anderson.
But good heavens, Herb, don't you realize what could happen if those minutes of our lodge meeting got into the wrong hands?
Yes, of course I do, Homer. I looked everywhere. I just can't find them.
Well, you've got to find them. If it ever gets out that we've had entertainers like that Flossie, what was her name?
Flossie LaFleur, the flame of amour.
Yeah.
When she poses, no one dozes.
Fine stuff for our wives to read. I tell you, if those lodge minutes aren't recovered, there isn't a bald eagle who will ever fly again.
But it was only harmless fun.
You think our wives will believe that? All they have to know is that we had Flossie LaFleur and her 12 little pepper pots entertaining.
6 little pepper pots, Homer.
Oh, really? I thought there were 12.
I know. That was the night you were the wine steward.
Oh. Herbert, you didn't... That book doesn't tell about the imitation Flossie did of Al Jolson, does it?
I'm afraid it does. 5 whole lurid pages of it.
Oh, no.
I even wrote how she sang, "Climb upon my knees, sonny boy," and you did your best to.
Oh, Herbert. I wasn't the only one. The entire lodge wanted to be Sonny Boy.
I know.
Yeah, what about you? When she sang, "How I love you, how I love you," didn't you put a glass of water on your head and claim you were the dear old Swanee?
Yes, I was full of the old Ned that night. Oh, we'd better find that book, Homer. I'm going home and have another look.
Yes, you do that. And if you don't find it, I'll have the Lodge Hospital Fund standing by for disbursements.
Good morning. Oh, hi, Mr. Anderson. What are you doing down here?
Oh, just a little business with your boss, Dennis. I'll see you later, Homer.
Well, Dennis...
What do you know, Willoughby, old pal, old chum, old sock? How's my old pally pal?
Dennis, I don't feel so well today. I just...
Oh, don't worry. I'll cheer you up. Have I got a proposition for you, sonny boy?
What was that?
I say, if I got a problem...
No, I mean, what was it that you called me?
Sonny boy.
I see. You got that out of a book, huh? A certain book.
As a matter of fact, I did.
Yeah. Sit down, Dennis.
Oh, sure. Gee, thanks, pal.
Okay, what's the proposition?
Well, I got a great idea for a radio program, kiddo. Oh, mammy, is this an idea?
Please don't...
It's a brand new type of show, all about the lives of certain people right here in Weaverville. Can you imagine the effect of a broadcast like that coming right into your own home?
Easily.
Then why not be one of my sponsors? It'll only cost you $50, old pal, old chum.
Here's the 50.
But just let me point out the advantages. Beg pardon?
I said, here's your $50.
Bless you, PS9, for teaching me how to read.
I, on the other hand, detest PS9.
Huh?
However, consider me signed, sealed, and delivered.
Oh, great. Now, let's see. There ought to be some other good prospects in town for a thing like this, don't you think?
Just walk up to anyone on the street who's wearing pants.
Yeah? Well, how about Mr. Courtney, the banker? Of course, the bank has never advertised before.
It will now.
Gee, you've got as much faith in my salesmanship as I have. Well, so long. Keep your chin up, sonny boy. Here he is now. Hiya, Courtney, old kid, old pal.
Hey, aren't you Willoughby's boy?
Yep, just telling your secretary here I wanted to see you, Pally.
I have no time now. I'm on my way to lunch. Respect. Goodbye.
Well, you'll be sorry if you don't listen to what I have to say, sonny boy.
What was that?
Gosh, what a broad jump.
Never mind. Did you just call me Sonny Boy?
Yeah, it's a little thing I read in a book.
Let's step into my office where we can talk in private.
Gee, every boy should be given a copy of that thing when he graduates from college.
All right, Dave. What have you got in mind?
Well, I've got an idea for a radio broadcast, pal, and it's a beauty.
I see.
Let me show you the advantages of sponsoring it.
Don't bother. I think I can see them all.
You mean I've talked you into it already?
Naturally.
Boy, am I a persuasive little cuss.
Here's $50 in cash. Will that be satisfactory?
Sure thing. This just shows what can be done when you've got a good product.
If I had a product like yours, I'd close the bank and retire.
Well, I always knew I'd make a good salesman. So long, and thanks, sonny boy. Boy, oh boy, Mildred, I'm telling you, you never saw anything like it. What a book that is.
Oh, Dennis, it's just too marvelous. You actually collected $100 in cash?
In lettuce. Nice, cool, green root of evil.
Oh, golly, just by being friendly.
Yep, just by doing what the book says, palling and kiddoing people. Although I must admit that Sonny Boy has been by far my best seller.
Oh, Dennis, now you can put on your radio program.
Sure. I've already gone down to the radio station and bought the time with their money.
Oh, golly, it's just... Dennis, look. There's Mr. Courtney and Mr. Willoughby at the door.
Well, my business associates. Hey, maybe you better wait in the den, Mildred. We're big men, and this may be a pretty big deal.
All right, Dennis. Good luck.
Well, come in, gentlemen. Come right in.
We want to talk to you, Dave.
Right this minute.
Well, sure, but why so serious, pals? Chums? Kiddos? Honey boys? The old icebreaker. Sit down, Busters.
Dave, I'll come right to the point. We've come over to make a deal with you.
Yeah, how about $200 in cash?
You mean you want to give me more money without my even asking for it?
Exactly.
Boy, what a salesman I am. Even when I'm not selling, there's a carryover.
We want that book, Dave.
Book? You don't mean the one I got that Sonny Boy stuff out of?
You know that's what we mean.
Oh, I couldn't part with that. It's my stepping stone to success.
So, playing it cagey, huh? Well, we'll see about that.
All right. What is it you want, boy? A good raise in salary? Homer will give it to you, won't you, Homer?
Certainly. Does that satisfy you?
Well...
Maybe you'd like a change in jobs. There's one waiting for you in my bank. How about it?
Well...
Or perhaps you'd be interested in public office. The Bald Eagles will get behind you for city council.
Well...
Or mayor. How would you like to be mayor?
Come, boy. Why don't you speak up?
You think I'm crazy? I'm doing great with well.
Dennis, you can see that we're desperate. Now, do we get that book?
Oh, gee, I guess you do. I couldn't do it.
Well, my gracious, what in the world's going on here?
Herb, our troubles are over. We've got the book.
Well, of course. Didn't you get my message? I found it.
What?
Sure. It had slid down back of the seat cushion in the car.
Now, about this city council job...
Drop dead.
Why, chums, sonny boys, buddies.
Quiet, you.
My goodness, has our buddyship cooled?
I'll say it has. And I'll thank you for that $50 I gave you.
Yeah, mine too.
But, kiddos, I already gave the whole $100 to the radio station.
Then get it back.
But I can't. Radio stations have very high principles, and not giving money back is one of their highest.
Dennis, we want that money.
I think I better get out of here.
Say, either we get that money, you'll spend the rest of your life in jail.
Gentlemen, please. You're biting the hand that's raised to leave the room.
I think you understand us, Dennis. Come on, fellas, let's get that book right now and burn it.
I'll say. Come on,
Hey,
Herb.
but palsy. Gee, what a life to live. Sometimes I wish I'd never gotten over the measles.
Oh, Dennis, I heard it all. I just...
Stay away from me, girl. I'm jailbait.
But you aren't. All you did was agree to put on a radio show. If you do that, they can't do anything to you.
But all that's paid for is the time. How can I put on a radio program without actors? Actors want money. They eat just like people.
Well, you and I could be the actors, Dennis.
Huh? Well, what kind of a show has only 2 actors?
Did you ever hear one of those breakfast programs? You know, where the husband and wife chat over the breakfast table?
Oh, yeah, with their mouths full. But that kind of show would have to come from this house, and what would your mother say?
Well, Mother and Daddy will still be asleep at that hour. They don't have to know anything about it.
Gee, Mildred, I don't
Dennis,
know.
it's our only chance. Besides, maybe we'll be a big success. We can even mention some products on the program in hopes of attracting sponsors.
Gosh, it might work at that.
Of course it might, and it's simple. We just act like any married couple at breakfast.
Yeah. I hope the rustling of the morning paper and the grunts come over clearly.
Now, don't get nervous, Dennis. We go on the air as soon as the light flashes. You better clear your throat.
Gee, I don't think I can. My heart's in it. I thought sure those engineers would wake your mother up with that hammering when they put in those cables. Gee, Mildred, besides, we don't even know what we're going to say. We haven't rehearsed yet.
Well, just let me lead the conversation. All you have to do is help make the audience think we're actually at the breakfast table.
Okay, I'll chew like anything.
Oh, no, just ask me to pass things. You know, the way you really do with my mother every morning.
You mean I should beg you for an egg?
Dennis, use your imagination and make them think we're eating a wonderful breakfast. Wait, oh, my gosh, there's the light. Go ahead.
Good morning, friends. This is just plain charming Dennis and Mildred coming to you from their lovely breakfast table, which is the same as their lovely lunch table, only sooner. Good morning, Mildred, darling. Sleep well?
Oh, I always sleep well on our Dreamtime mattress, dear. And you?
I tossed and turned all night. Couldn't sleep a wink.
Oh, no, Dennis. No one ever gets a poor night's rest on a Dreamtime mattress. The Dreamtime mattress is built with a special inner spring.
Maybe that's what kept sticking in my back.
Dennis, the product, don't you remember?
Oh, yeah.
A cigarette, dear?
Huh?
Thank you, ma'am. At Margaret, at Margaret after Margaret, I've seen the buyers of this brand. This milder brand, and every one of them is a man or a woman.
Dennis, I think maybe we better eat our breakfast, dear.
But certainly, darling. Would you mind passing the wild pheasant, please?
Why, Yes, and here are some delicious scrambled eggs.
Oh, no, thanks. Just a little pheasant and a few frog's legs will do me fine.
Well, just as you say. Did you stop in and see Francis and Jean on the way downstairs this morning?
Why, no. Are they visiting us again?
There are children, darling.
Oh, then they're here permanently, no doubt.
Yes, of course.
I'm glad, because Francis and Jean certainly are cute little boys.
Yes.
Good.
I had Jean to the dentist yesterday, you know.
Oh? Something to do with his teeth?
Yes.
Good for you. There's nobody I'd rather have fix my teeth than a dentist. But where was Francis while you were out with Jean?
Well, he was with my parents.
Ah, yes, the dear, sweet old things. Your mother is just grand, Mill.
Oh, and she certainly thinks the world of you.
Yes, she worships the ground I walk on. I often think that...
What silly imbecile was doing the hammering just now? You, Dennis Day?
Well, if it isn't that delightful old lady, Mildred.
What's that?
Sit down. Sit right down, Mommy, and shush.
Shush? I'll shush you. Who do you think you're talking to?
Oh, Mother, please.
Yes, Mommy, dear. If we ever needed a shush, it's now.
Dennis Day.
Shush, you might wake Francis.
Francis? Who's Francis?
Oh, I forgot. It's a family secret.
Just who is this Francis?
Well, he's your grandson.
My grandson?
Yeah, we've been keeping little things from you, Mommy.
I have no grandson, and you know it. And if I find out which one of you just kicked me under the table, I'll beat the life out of Dennis.
Mother, please have a cup of coffee, won't you?
Yeah, and a nice slice of pheasant. Help yourself, Mommy.
Are you crazy? There's nothing on this table except... Wait a minute. What is this thing with the wires attached? Why, it's a microphone.
Yeah. See now, why, shush.
Do you mean that everything we've said has gone out over the air?
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure we were fated long ago.
Dennis, say you...
Goodbye, everybody. We're a little late this morning. Goodbye.
With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the beautiful ballad, How Lucky You Are.
As you walk, as you talk with the one you love, do you know just how lucky you are? When you stroll hand in hand the moon above, does your heart sing how lucky you are? There's so many heartaches in this world of ours, but sometimes a dream will come true when the one that you love is in love with you. That's the greatest of blessings I hope. And you don't know how lucky you when you stroll hand in hand, see the moon your heart sing how lucky you are. There's so many heartaches in this world of ours, but sometimes a dream will come true when the one that you love is in love with you. That's the greatest of blessings I have.
Dennis Day is brought to you every Wednesday by the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. 1, fragrantly clean. 2, glistening with sheen. 3, soft, easy to manage. Luster Cream is not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo. A blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, only $1. At all cosmetic counters. Also in smaller sizes. Be a dream girl. A lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to join us again next week for another Dennis Day Show, brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Ladies and gentlemen, if infantile paralysis should strike your child, it would take more than luck to save him from the life of a cripple. Only the best medical care can help your youngster. Your contribution to the March of Dimes enables the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis to guarantee all the medical treatment possible to help restore polio victims to healthy, active lives. That's why it's important to give generously to the March of Dimes. That's why it's important to give now. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Ronald Coleman inviting you to join Mrs. Coleman and me for the next half hour when our sponsors, the brewers of Schlitz Beer, present the Halls of Ivy.
If you like good beer, do as millions of people are doing all over the country. Ask for Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Schlitz tastes so good to so many people that it's the largest selling beer in America. It has to be fine to be first. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we depart far away.
welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The hounds of spring are yapping merrily at Ivy's president, Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall. Their happy barking announces that summer, as Chaucer so quaintly put it, is a-comin' in, and that the academic year is a-goin' out. Relishing the idea, Dr. Hall sits in the afternoon sun perusing that handbook of the male species, a sporting goods catalog.
Vicky, it's really amazing.
Toddy, I'm so glad to hear you say so.
You are? Why?
Well, I find it refreshing to think that a man of your knowledge and experience can still find things to be amazed at. Shows an open mind.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not one who believes that an open mind is an equivalent to a hole in the head.
Equivalent to a hole in the... is that your own, Vicky?
You mean my own head?
No. Your own observation.
Oh, I think so. If I owe it to Earl Wilson or somebody, I apologize. What did you find there that's so amazing?
Well, the items in this catalog. It's incredible, the impedimenta which have been evolved to ease the hardships of the summer camper. It's getting so that a life in the open is only slightly less rugged than a 5-room suite at the Ambassador East.
Yeah, well, if you're planning on roughing it this summer in the pump room, Doctor, you've got yourself a fellow camper. If I may refer to myself as a fellow.
Look at some of these things. Flashlights which need no batteries. Butane cook stoves. Portable refrigerators. Foam rubber mattresses in weatherproof tents. Mosquito repellent.
Oh, that's for me. No mosquito has yet been repelled by me.
Isn't it nice to know that you are irresistible even to a mosquito?
Well, yes. But it's the only example of it I've ever experienced where I had to slap my own face.
Now, look at all this. I wonder what Daniel Boone and Kit Carson would have thought of these little aids to life in the open.
Oh, they'd have sneered at them. You can't shoot a buffalo for lunch with a spray gun full of citronella.
No. If only one could,
Now, get that calculating look out of your eye, William. You can't eliminate the Wellmans of the world either with a spray gun.
Now, how did you know I was thinking of Mr. Wellman?
Well, whenever you think of him, your hands make little strangling gestures. What brought him to mind? Talking about mosquitoes?
No, I'm expecting him any minute. He called a while ago.
Trouble?
Now, darling, did he ever come here bringing me violets?
Well, what's bothering our little splinter from the Board of Governors?
Well, it's a student named Richard Alden. He'd be eligible for the Noblingdale Award if he were to graduate. But we can't graduate him.
Why not? I thought Richard Alden was Phi Beta Kappa and an all-round mental whiz-bang.
Well, he is, in science. But he seems to think that the rest of our curriculum was designed to hamper him in his favorite subject. I would be derelict in my duty to graduate such a brilliant ignoramus. His arrogant attitude toward a well-rounded education
Enter Splinter. Stage left.
Oh, yes.
Now, let's make time count, and let's not dawdle with amenities. Mrs. Hall and Dr. Hall, this is Richard Alden.
Hello, Richard.
And don't bother wasting time in the lows, because I'm not blaming you, Dr. Hall, even though it is your fault. What do you have to say in the face of such evidence?
Who, me?
I'm a very plain and simple-minded man, Dr. Hall. Get down to brass cases. I mean hard tacks. Brass tacks, Dr. Hall.
Well, precisely where we are now. And it was an unfortunate oversight that you were the last one to know. But you seem so preoccupied with other matters.
You've taken the words right out of my mouth, which is exactly why I'm here. Who, may I ask, has been most interested in the advancement of this institution? Who has tried to make its name a byword in every home in America? Who?
You have us there, Mr. Wellman.
I have. That's whom. Who? And at last we have a student, Richard Alden here, who finally wins the Noblingdale Award. And what do you do?
Yes, Toddy. Well, answer the man. What do you do?
Well, it seems to me, Mr. Wellman, that the terms of the award leave it open only to students who are graduating.
A man like this boy, Richard Alden, brilliant. Science and test tubes and equations only an Einstein could understand.
Thank you, Mr. Wellman.
Yes. No one who... I mean, if anyone else was, or... Now, what was the point I was making?
Well, I believe you were about to say that such a man, or boy, most certainly should be graduating. But I think perhaps this is a matter for Richard and me to discuss in private.
What? I pick up the cudgel in his behalf. I gird my armor. I...
Lower the boom.
I've never been so outraged.
Oh, I'm sure you have, Mr. Wellman.
Yes, true. I have. I wash my hands. Clean as a whistle.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. He makes me nervous.
Oh, you have to understand, Mr. Wellman. He can get along with anybody except people.
Do you have some tea or coffee, Richard?
Nothing, thank you. Dr. Hall, my grades are the highest of any student in this college since 1896. I have surpassed all other Phi Beta Kappas in this college. And furthermore, no Ivy student has ever won the Noblingdale Award.
Yes, you're quite right, Richard. However, let us go from the realm of higher intellectual pursuit to some simple arithmetic. You have chosen the field of averages, so I advance them. 100 averages what?
50, of course.
That is your grade average. And that is why you're failing.
I am a science major, Dr. Hall. I see no reason for attending classes in the history of the novel or Greek and Roman drama.
Well, Greek and Roman drama can be quite exciting. You know, I once played Clytemnestra.
Who? A woman famous in Greek classical tragedy, but you'll probably remember her better as a contemporary of Pythagoras' triangle.
I'm a scientist. Or would be if you'd let me graduate.
Oh, I'm not stopping you, Richard. The curriculum is...
Well, why do you so vehemently object to the arts and letters, Richard?
What do they lead to? What is the functional value of a sonnet?
Well, my dear boy, because a sonnet cannot be reduced to a mathematical formula, and I'm not sure that it can't, but just because it is a thing which stimulates the imagination and evokes pleasure, it doesn't mean that it has no functional value.
Yes, but what I mean
Excuse me. You might ask me the functional value of a violin obligato, the remembered fragrance of a mountain morning, the ripple of a trout stream. And I'd say that the functional value of anything is its special purpose, its reason for being. The reason for being of all these things of the soul and the emotions is simply that they are a spiritual bank account on which human beings may draw at will. And as a too restricted specialist, Richard, you are well on your way to becoming an emotional pauper, spiritually bankrupt.
I don't like to seem obtuse, Doctor, but I still don't see how I need trout streams and mountain mornings and sonnets. Logically, where would all the philosophers and writers and artists be without engineers, without bridges?
You're terribly wet, I imagine.
Well, logic, like functionalism, can also be twisted to strange uses. I'm reminded of the centipede who refused to go under the viaduct because the clearance was limited to 13 feet. Richard, you're a boy who's determined to go places, right?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Going far. Snapped up by some big concern or firm for your valuable scientific mind?
In charge of research. Invent things, improve them, perfect them.
Invent things just like that?
Or invent things for other things?
For people.
Ah, yes, people. You hadn't mentioned them. I wasn't sure.
They're the ones who buy the products, aren't they?
I wasn't sure how you classified people. As customers or as mankind.
I think I know mankind as well as the next fellow.
Ah, now we're getting into semantics again. The next fellow, Richard, is a mythical being utilized for purposes of reference by those seeking support for unworthy arguments. His credit standing is nil, and his social security number is 0-0. Now, you, as a practicing scientist, shouldn't call upon such an inexact figure as the next fellow.
You're just sparring with me, Dr. Hall. What does all this have to do with my graduation and getting on with my scientific work?
But I think, Richard, that Dr. Hall is trying to point out that he doesn't approve of half-educated graduates.
Did you ever read history for fun, Richard?
No, sir. I never considered it fun.
Are you familiar with Moby Dick?
Certainly. As a boy, it's a very exciting adventure story for teenage boys.
Oh, good heavens, no, if I may venture an opinion.
It's for rulers and saints, soldiers and philosophers, poets and leaders. The good soul, Ahab, turned into a dangerous man by his pursuit of the demon whale, because he has no goal but to kill the huge thing. Ahab, stung by his own vanity, flinging himself against the lashing winds and crashing tides of sea that...
Ahoy there, Captain Hall.
Oh, yes. Well, anyway, as for the human being, few things tell us quite as much as a Melville, or Tolstoyan paragraph, a Jonathan Swift epigram.
Well, I'll take pi equals 3 1400.
And assuming you do succeed in squaring the circle, Richard, who will be there to applaud your wondrous feat?
Beth, for one. Beth Lansing, my wife.
You see, Toddy, he has got other interests.
Oh, I'm overwhelmed and delighted. Is your wife a scientist too, Richard?
Not exactly.
Not exactly a scientist?
Well, I'm sure I didn't mean not exactly a wife.
Yes, I did, Mrs. Hall.
Oops, sorry.
We're engaged. She's a senior, too. We were going to be married when I graduated. If I graduate. If it's possible to let a straight-A science student get a diploma at this college.
Well, several of them have received diplomas, but they weren't so insistent about altering the entire course of study at Ivy.
I don't care about the course of study. I'm speaking of me. Let anyone else do what he likes, but so far as I'm concerned, an hour's study on anything else is 1 hour less I can devote to science. Goodbye, Mrs. Hall. Dr. Hall.
Is he really as bright a science student as he says he is?
Oh, he most certainly is. But if I were a little younger, a little stronger, I might throw him to the floor and sit on his chest while I reread the classics aloud to him.
Speaking of his chest, I have a notion. The best way to a man's heart
is through his stomach, according to the old adage. An adage which I reject as being medically impractical, aesthetically distasteful, and conversationally repulsive.
Then how about the way to a man's heart is through his heart? Simple approach. Why play an organ recital?
My very point. Then I take it you're referring in your oblique feminine way to Beth Lansing, who I'm sure sees no faults in our unromantic young friend.
Oh, sure. The only time a woman ever understands her husband is before she marries him. Incidentally...
Yes?
Why did you ask Richard if he'd read history for fun? Well, I mean, aside from finding out if he'd had any other interests.
Because, like so many impetuous people, he has no understanding whatsoever of the pertinence of accumulated knowledge in fields other than his own. He's never understood that wise men have recorded their yesterdays to help fools meet their tomorrows.
Why didn't you tell him that before he left?
Because that is what I call one of my taxicab rejoinders.
What on earth is a taxicab rejoinder?
That, my darling, is the devastating retort you could have used to such good effect at the party, but don't think of until you're on your way home. Now, what about Beth Lansing?
When you think of beer, think of this. Schlitz tastes so good to so many people, it's the largest selling beer in America. Back in 1849, a little brewery in the village of Milwaukee produced the first barrel of Schlitz beer. Before that time, people didn't pay much heed to the name of the brewer. Beer was beer, and that's all anyone cared to know. In the years between, however, people began to notice that certain brands of beer had more to offer than others. As the brewer's brand increased in importance, both Schlitz and Milwaukee became known throughout the world. Milwaukee as the home of premium beer. Schlitz as the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Today, this outstanding Milwaukee-born beer has an even more special distinction. Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous, tastes so good to so many people that it's first in sales in America. The taste that built that popularity is yours in every glass of Schlitz beer. Enjoy it, for chances are you'll like Schlitz best, too.
That surround
As we rejoin the halls of Ivy, we find Dr. Hall, who's been working on the project of adding a spur line of human emotion to the single-track mind of Richard Alden, just entering the house.
Vicky.
In here. Come on in, darling. Yeah, now, darling, this is Beth Lansing. Beth, Dr. Hall.
Hello, Dr. Hall.
Oh, I'm delighted to see you. I'm very curious to know how Richard's getting along.
Yeah, but that's what Beth called me about.
Well, he isn't getting along very well.
He seems to be muttering things about you, Toddy.
Well, not really muttering, shouting. He shouts now, and he never used to. Well, that's why I had to talk to you, Mrs. Hall.
But why didn't you talk to me, Beth?
Oh, it was the roundabout approach, I guess. I was being feminine and clever by taking it up with Mrs. Hall. Anyhow, how could I talk to you about how Richard dislikes you?
Well, naturally, I prefer to be liked rather than disliked. But I've found that an antagonism here or there is not necessarily lethal. Any person with character is bound to find a few opponents. But as long as his adversaries are outnumbered by his allies, this is mere stimulation.
Yeah, well, speaking of, as one of Dr. Hall's allies, Beth, just how does Richard feel?
He feels like, well, that you're keeping him from his ultimate fulfillment, Dr. Hall. Those were his very words.
They sound like his very words, the dear young pinhead.
Well, I'm not the founder of Ivy College, Beth. The required study has been in effect for several years. Richard should realize that.
If we'd known he was coming, we'd have baked a curriculum.
Well, that's it. He can't see that. He can't see anything. He just says it's all your fault and doesn't know why.
Well, a more articulate man once had a similar feeling about the head of another college. He said, "I do not love thee, Dr. Fell. The reason why I cannot tell. But this alone I know full well. I do not love thee, Dr. Fell."
But that's just how he feels. For a fellow with a scientific mind, I keep telling him he isn't being very scientific. Accusing you of purposely holding him back without having any proof.
But if he looked for proof, he'd come face to face with himself somewhere along the route.
Well, a man who has proposed marriage has faced himself, and several other people, too.
Proposed marriage? Well, Richard never proposed marriage.
Oh, perhaps he sent it to you written up as some sort of equation. Mass equals religious ceremony. Religious ceremony divided by 2 equals marriage. And if bride can make pi, or 3.1416, so much the better.
Oh, no. Our engagement was just understood.
By both of you?
Well, kind of. Well, he keeps talking about our plans for the future. Well, he's never said he loves me. Well, outright. But he's quite emphatic about the future.
Is that fun? I mean, I'd hate to have my hand held by a man who just wanted to read my palm.
No, it isn't much fun, really. Well, not as much as it should be. Well, but sometimes...
Well, as long as you're happy with it that way.
Well, I have to make allowances for the fact that Richard isn't very demonstrative.
No, to demonstrate anything, Richard seems to need a blackboard.
If I'm not too personal, what allowances does a woman in love make for her fiancé's inability to express his affection?
Well, actually, I don't know. Sometimes I think he's just shy. Other times I think he's egotistic. And other times, well, I don't know what I think.
What would you like him to be?
Well, relaxed. I'd like him to be the kind of man who walks in the park and talks to strangers. I'd like him to waste time at least once in a while. I'd like to hear him talk about spring. Well, yes, just about spring.
Or perhaps he can't. Spring isn't scientific. It's emotional.
Oh, that's silly. He could talk about it if he wanted to. The talks have to start sometime. And right now it's fine. You know, I don't think Richard has been very nice to me at all. If you'll excuse me, well, goodbye.
feeling that the scientific Mr. Alden is about due for a rude jolt in his trigonometry.
He's going to have to make at least a temporary choice between Cupid and Pythagoras. Or, to put it bluntly, if he is as bright as I think, he'll swap his Euclid for a uke. Dr. Hall speaking.
Dr. Hall, this is Wellman. Clarence Wellman!
Well, how are you, Mr. Wellman?
My patience knows no bounds, Doctor. But you have strayed into disaster about to befall.
Oh, I hardly feel the situation merits the gravity you bring to it.
Really? Maybe you can afford to sit there and be calm, which is what you're paid for. But it isn't every year the Noblingdale Science Award is offered to an Ivy student, and we may lose it because of sheer, unadulterated stubbornness.
I can't force Richard Alden to study certain subjects.
Blaming the boy won't do any good. And it may interest you to know I am going to suggest to the Board of Governors that they completely alter the student program. There'll be no repetition of this event.
Well, you mean alter the curriculum to suit one petulant student? Oh, I feel we can work out some sort of compromise on this.
Now, see here, I'm not interested in a compromise. I want a solution. Enough shilly-shally. I mean, beating about it. Did you say compromise?
Yes. Instead of destroying the university by altering the entire pattern of our educational process to conform to Richard Alden's needs...
The point!
Well, we will simply take the 2 or 3 professors who block our path and burn them. That is, if you really think this boy is more important than education itself.
Dr. Hall, one more chance? 24 hours? That's all, and then I go to the Board of Governors. And a word to the wise in time saves... Yes.
Mr. Wellman, if I can possibly think of anything else, I'll call you immediately. Meanwhile, be of good cheer and say hello to the wife and children. Goodbye.
I won't take much of your time, Dr. Hall. I'm leaving school.
For another university?
No, I'm through with all of them.
Well, there's some awfully nice universities around.
Right now, I just want to know why you turned Beth against me. She argued with everything I said.
You mean she had some opinions?
Of her own?
Some. Hundreds. I've never heard so many opinions from one person. And very unsound.
Well, she did seem like a very unreasonable girl. The kind who'd make outlandish demands. She probably thought you should go on a world cruise and settle in Capri.
Did she tell you that?
Well, no. But, sometimes you can tell by just looking.
All she told me were a bunch of sophomoric ideas about personal relationships, emotional attachments.
Love?
I always thought a woman wanted security. And what's more secure than a husband who has a scientific training? What could be more security to any woman?
The husband himself, I should think.
Well, that's assuming you are a scientist, Richard. You could easily become nothing more than a batch of remembered axioms and mathematical problems which an electronic machine can solve faster and better, and which wouldn't flirt with a switchboard girl.
That's an awful thing for a college president to say.
I'm simply trying to tell you that science as an end in itself is not so amazing. Nature has made the trapdoor spider a great engineer. A bee can construct perfect hexagons in wax. But your future associates will be people, not insects.
I'm exactly what this college taught me to be.
Oh, pardon me. You are only what you permitted this college to teach you. What you let yourself be taught. Now, I'm sure you've read Diderot's Scientific Encyclopedia.
Every page of it.
In it, the world of the 18th century saw new hope to bring it out of its trembling despotism. It saw Diderot's scientific examination as long needed. But there were men of dark little notions and limited minds who so viciously opposed Diderot's explanation of facts, they came terribly close to destroying this masterwork.
But Diderot won, didn't he? He beat them all.
He did. He did, as you so quaintly put it, beat them all. But not until a non-scientific mind came to his rescue. Not until Voltaire, who was nothing but a writer and whose only province was people, Not until Voltaire wrote so strongly for the right of all men to examine truth as they wish. Not until then.
I didn't know that.
No. You knew the text, but you didn't know the people.
Well, more. What happened next?
Well, nothing much, except that Voltaire made his point because he believed we were each other's enemy as long as we lived only for ourselves.
Don't know people. Maybe I don't.
Study them. Study them. They may not be scientific, but they're good collateral reading.
Yeah, I guess I'd better shut up until I do.
And don't forget, it's a wise man and a successful one who knows the precise psychological moment when to say nothing. Oscar Wilde, Victoria Poets, course 293A.
You know something? I've been a knucklehead. That's an expression from Upperclassman 51, Bull Session. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate the new slant you've given me.
Oh, you're quite welcome, I'm sure. And, Richard, while you're broadening your outlook and congratulating yourself on the Noblingdale Award, I'd suggest a rereading of Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland?
Yes, by Lewis Carroll, writer of magical nonsense, who was also, I think it is pertinent to remind you, Charles Ludwig Dodgson, a mathematician. He did a great deal of summing up with figures of speech.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean. Thank you, sir. And, well, thanks.
You needn't look so smug, Doctor. It wasn't just you. After all, it's June, and he's young, and he's got a girl.
I know, my darling. The satisfaction which you detected on my face was not so much from any personal triumph as it was an agreeable appreciation of the fact that between you and me and Spring and Beth...
And Mr. Wellman.
Yes, and even the ubiquitous Clarence, between us all, we have succeeded in keeping a budding scientist from becoming a blooming idiot.
When you think of beer, think of this. Schlitz tastes so good to so many people, it's the largest selling beer in America. America today faces two enemies: aggression abroad and inflation at home. With a double job to do, we need to step up our production faster than ever before, produce more goods every hour of every day of every week. In peacetime, our free American economic system has given us an unrivaled standard of living. The defense program will call for sacrifices, but the more we produce, the fewer those sacrifices will be. Remember, the better we produce, the stronger we grow. Here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
We'll be seeing you next week at the same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield. Also in our cast were Gene Bates and Eddie Firestone. Tonight's script was written by Arthur Ross and Don Quinn. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who invites you to enjoy the Pulitzer Prize Playhouse on television on Friday nights. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Hear the great Gildersleeve and his lovable family on NBC.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Elvia Allman, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for a breathtaking sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
April is the month for parties, and the social season in Mel Blanc's little town is in full swing. At the swanky Larchmont Country Club, the dance has been a brilliant social success, and as the young blue bloods leave the place, they try to make an impression by having the doorman call out their names to announce their expensive cars. Let's listen as the doorman's loud voice rings out.
Mr. Henry DuPeister.
My Cadillac, if you please.
Mr. Sylvester Morgan.
My Duesenberg, if you please.
Mr. Mel Blanc.
Piggyback, if you please.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mel didn't care to make too much of an impression. He sneaked into the dance in the first place. Now let's pick up Mel the next day. He's in his fix-it shop speaking to his girl, Betty Colby, of more reasonable things.
Betty, how's about going to the movies with me tonight? We can sit in a balcony, and I guarantee we'll have a lot of fun.
Mel, how can you guarantee it?
I unscrewed the bulb out of the usher's flashlight.
No, Mel, not tonight.
Oh, I know why. You're still mad at me because of what happened in the movies last week. The way I hugged and squeezed and kissed, and then I remembered we didn't get 2 seats together.
Anyway, Mel, the reason I can't go with you is because Father is tendering a very important social event tonight. I'm sorry, Mel, but you're not invited.
Not invited?
No.
But, Betty, why not? I'm the same as anybody else. I'm as good as you are. After all, I breathe the same air you do. I see the same movies you do. When we go out to dinner, I pay half the check just like you do.
No, Mel, it's not that. It's just that Father thinks the things you do at parties are so ridiculous. Like that Scotchman imitation at the last party. Putting on a skirt and instead of a bagpipe blowing into a vacuum cleaner.
Well, they all laughed. Especially when someone plugged in the vacuum cleaner and it took me 3 hours to fight my way out of the bag.
Well, you see, it's just things like that that make Daddy so provoked. When Father's invited the cream of society, he can't take chances. Oh, I'm sorry, Mel, but it's time for me to go. We're cocktailing at 5 and hors d'oeuvring at 7.
Well, stay with me, Betty. I'm bubblegumming at 9. Well, here comes your father now.
Oh, hello, Pater.
Hello, Data. Tater. Oh, Brader.
Oh. Quiet. Mel Blanc, you idiot, I told you to fix my ice cream freezer for the party. But what did you do to it?
Well, Mr. Colby, I didn't have all the parts, so I put in some coils from a beer pipe. Anything wrong?
Anything wrong, he says. You moron. All the ice cream I sold today has a head on it.
Acme pistachio.
Look, Mr. Oh, quiet, you idiot. Well, no, I can't be angry today. No, I'm having the most distinguished people in town at my party tonight. I'm breaking into society, and the food I'm serving. Caviar, pheasant. Tonight I'll have the biggest spread in town.
What's the matter with the one you got? Can't I come to your party, Mr. Colby?
Because I'm inviting the cream of society. And you have no family background. Why, my grandfather fought for the South in the Civil War. I can still show you the bullet holes in his Confederate suit.
Well, my grandfather fought for the North. I can still show you the holes in this Union suit.
Oh. You and your corny joke. You mean? No, Mel, you disgrace me. Not only are you barred from the party, but you're never going to marry my daughter, Betty. No woman should be allowed to bring idiots into the world.
Well, Mr. Colby, where would you be if your mother felt that way?
If you come around my house tonight, I'll break every bone in your body. Come along, Betty.
So long, Mel.
So long, Betty. Huh. I wouldn't go to their old party if they got down on their knees and begged me. I wouldn't go for $1 million. Not me.
Mel?
Yes, Mr. Colby?
Tell Zuki to come right over. He's going to be my butler tonight.
Oh. Anything else you want to tell me, Mr. Colby?
No. What more can I say to an idiot like you?
Huh. Tried to talk me into coming to his party. Well, I'm through with him and his daughter. In fact, I'm through with all women. I'll never look at another woman again. Never have anything to do with women. When I have children, I'll bring them up the same way. If I could only crash that party, I'd show Mr. Colby's cream of society that I'm just as creamy as they are.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, Professor Potchnick, my favorite music teacher. Where are you coming from?
Oh, I was giving piano lessons to little Bobby down the block. You know, I wish he'd wash his hands before taking a lesson.
Why?
He has the only piano in town with all black keys. Oh, does that Bobby play a slobby knobby. By the way, Mel, what are you wearing to Mr. Colby's party tonight?
Nothing.
Mel, isn't that a little daring?
Oh, no, Professor. I'm not going at all. Mr. Colby didn't invite me.
The only reason I'm invited is because my pupil, Mrs. Grimes, is singing there. And when Banker Grimes hears her, I'll lose my pupil. Oh, is she terrible?
Sounds like a hog caller, huh?
Hog caller? Mel, on a clear day, she can call the bacon out of a club sandwich 3 miles away.
Oh, she can't be that bad.
Well, the last time she was singing was at a Thanksgiving dinner.
How was she?
All I know is that the turkey kept stuffing the dressing in his ears. I'm asking you to sing with pear-shaped tones, and what is coming out? Fruit salad. I'm worried, Mel. I can't afford to lose my star pupil. After all, that's my bread and borscht.
Well, I'm worse off than you are, Professor. I'm losing my girl.
Mel, I know just how you feel. I remember when I was married to my wife. If I left her for a second, she said, "By George, I'm going to miss you. By George, I'm going to be lonely." One time I went on a trip, and when I got back, she was gone.
Where was she?
By George. Hey, Mel, look, if you pretended you were a music critic, I could get you into the party.
Yeah?
Sure, you could tell Banker Grimes his wife has a wonderful voice.
Yeah, I could save your pupil and at the same time watch Betty. Professor, that's wonderful.
Well, it's a deal. I'll see you later and we'll go to Colby's party together. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, am I going to get even with Colby? I'll crash that party and be a social lion. Hey, wait a minute. I can't go. Mr. Colby will recognize my voice. 1 minute, cream of society. Next minute, buttermilk.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and that great Come and Get It Day.
What do you know? There's a great day coming mañana. Tiddly-yada. Big as life, that day is coming soon. Tiddly-yada. On that great Come and Get It day. Won't it be fun when worry is done and money is had? That's the time things will come your way. On that great Come and Get It day.
I'll get my gal.
Gonna get his gal.
That calico gal.
Calico gal.
I'll get my mule.
Gonna get his mule.
That acre of ground.
Acre of ground, 'cause word has come from Gabriel's horn. The earthly
problem. How not to be Mel Blanc. Mel wants to crash Mr. Colby's party to prove he's socially acceptable and help out his friend Professor Potchnick, the music teacher. He still doesn't know how he's going to do it, and while he's thinking about it, he's busy in his fix-it shop hanging up a picture.
Long nail. Gosh, how am I going to get into that party? Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty zebra. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Mighty potentate, how's your little hummingbird?
Mel, if you're referring to my wife, the word is bats. Matter of fact, Mel, she's a cross between a gull and a loon. A goon. No, it's not fair of me to say that. She's really a bat.
Why do you say bat? A bat hangs by its toenails from the rafters.
Mel, have you ever seen the scratch marks on our curtain rods?
Well, if your wife looks like that, how did you ever get hitched?
Hung is the word. You know, Mel, I wish I'd listened to my father when I got married. He said, John, don't rush, don't hurry. There are plenty of fish in the ocean. But I married my wife anyway. How happy I could have been with a mackerel.
Was there much of a wedding ceremony?
Yes, there was, Mel, a beautiful one. But, Mel, I should have known there was something wrong when that choir sang, Here comes the groom, dragged to his doom. Here comes the bride, riding on her broom.
You sound pretty disgusted, mighty potentate.
Yesterday, my wife and I were in the car, and I couldn't get it started. My wife just sat there barking at me. John, give it gas. Choke it, John. Choke the old rattletrap. Gad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got low as the dog.
Mighty potentate, I've got troubles of my own. I thought I'd be able to crash Mr. Colby's society party as a music critic. But I can't because he'll recognize my voice.
Well, Mel, why use your own voice? Just put on a long cape and a beard and pretend that you're an Italian impresario, a foreigner.
Hey, that's a great idea, mighty potentate. What made you think of me becoming a foreigner?
Mel, ever since I've been married, I've been trying to get myself deported. Well, good luck, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see Stallion Road, or I can go home and look at the old gray mare I married.
Say, that's a great idea. I'd better send Zuki to tell Professor Potchnick I'm going to the party as an Italian impresario. Oh, I just remembered. Zuki is working over at Colby's house as a butler. I wonder how he's doing.
That's what Zuki, the guests haven't even arrived yet, and the punch bowl is completely empty. What happened to it?
Well, you see, it evaporated. The maid, the cat, the dog,
Oh, well, Zuki, I'll forgive you for that.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Mr. Colby. Nice punch, too.
Now, Zuki, you've got to set the table. You know which side to put the knives and forks on?
Oh, sure. I put the knives on the... The forks go in the... Well, the big spoon goes in the... Let them eat with their hands.
Now, Zuki, stop this fooling around. Remember, the cream of society will be here, and I want everything to be just right. Now, what will you do after dinner is over?
Well, I'll clean the steak. I'll pick up the... I'll search everybody for the silverware.
Well, Mel, here we are at Colby's house. You look wonderful in that cape and beard. Are you nervous?
Of course not. But just don't light any cigarettes near my beard.
Oh, it's Banker Grimes. Where's Mr. Colby?
Oh, Professor Potchnick, come in. Mr. Colby is in the kitchen. Oh, I see you brought a very distinguished friend.
I want you to meet Italy's greatest impresario, Salvatore Pastagazzuca.
Well, Maestro Pasta, yes. Well, sir, as we say in Spanish, buenas noches.
And as we say in Italian, chicken a cacciatore.
Maestro Pastagazzuca has come to hear your wife sing.
Yes, I'm a great singer myself. Listen. Oh, sola miola, oh, sola you all.
Oh, sola you all?
Yeah, I come from South Italy. Oh, how I hated to leave Italy with all of my bambinos.
Do you have many children?
32. Allegretta, glissando, andante.
Well, why did you name your children after musical terms?
Because every time I look around, there's a new composition. There's my little one, never opens his mouth. I call him a pianissimo. The noisy one, fortissimo. And one is always spitting out the watermelon seeds, pizzicaro. And one we're expecting unfinished symphony.
Well, tell me, is every one of them named after a musical term?
All except the oldest one. He takes care of everybody.
And what is his name?
Petrillo. You know what they call me over there? Local 802. 32 kids.
Well, why did you leave Italy?
I didn't want to try for 64. But I come to hear singing. Where's the prima donkey? I mean, the prima donna.
Oh, yes, my wife. There she is. Oh, darling.
Oh, yeah.
Darling, yes, this is the famous Italian impresario Maestro Pastagazzuca.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Potchnick, let's go. Oh, how wonderful. Before I listen to you sing, Mrs. Grimes, please open the mouth. I must examine the vocal cords.
Well, Maestro, what do you see?
You are better looking on the inside than on the outside. Now try to warm up a little. Loosen up the diaphragm. I said loosen it. Don't throw it at me. Well, Madame Grimes, I'm ready to hear you sing. Quiet, everybody. Come on, you quiet. Come on. Go ahead. Sure, there's no reply. Everybody dropped it there.
Professor Potchnick, is this what you've been teaching my wife? From now on, sir, no more lessons.
How dare you interrupt her? She's wonderful.
Oh, yes, look at the food on the table. The pig's feet just got up and walked away.
That's ridiculous. Madame, continue the song.
Mel Blanc, you've ruined my party. I'll break every bone in your body.
You'll do nothing of the kind, Colby. Mel, let me tell you, that was a wonderful impersonation.
You liked it, Banker Grimes?
Yes, I did. You changed a boring party into a wonderful evening.
Well, Mel, my son, come and join us at dinner.
Oh, such an idea. I'm hungry.
Announce the dinner, Zuki.
Oh, all right. Dinner is Where'd everybody go?
Mr. Colby, that was a wonderful dinner. And, Mel, you must come to my house some evening. Oh, such wonderful impersonation.
Thanks, Banker Grimes. What do you think, Betty?
Oh, gosh, Mel, you're wonderful.
He's colossal. And, Mrs. Grimes, don't forget the lesson tomorrow.
Bring your tonsils and $10.
Oh, yes. And now, before we leave the party, I shall endeavor to finish my song.
Where'd everybody go?
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Do you want a dentifrice that does right by your teeth and your breath? Well, it's Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. It foams into action, swirls around your mouth, sweetens, freshens, gives your breath a wholesome lift. Yes, in 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And what a wonderful job it does on your teeth. Really a dazzling performance. Colgate tooth powder cleans teeth beautifully, reveals their natural brilliance. That makes a flashing smile. So for teeth that naturally sparkle and a breath that's sweet, use Colgate tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
That's all, folks.
This is Marty reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O Program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with This Is It. You know, it's always quite a compliment to say that somebody is a good mixer. Well, that's just what Jell-O is, for Jell-O combines perfectly with every sort of fresh and canned fruit, and that's a swell idea for right now to brighten up wintertime menus. Perhaps a game mold of orange Jell-O with canned apricots inside. Maybe rich red strawberry Jell-O combined with sliced fresh oranges. Or delicious cherry Jell-O arranged in shining layers with sliced bananas and canned cherries. There are dozens of combinations to choose from, and they're all grand. For Jell-O brings you that wonderful extra-rich fruit flavor, so tempting and good it rivals the taste of the real ripe fruit. And Jell-O's clear, glowing colors look so lovely with the fruits held shimmering inside. So give your family some of these delicious Jell-O combinations soon. But be sure to make them with genuine Jell-O if you want to enjoy Jell-O's extra-rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. This Is It, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who used to be a beautiful baby, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I like that beautiful baby introduction. Was that just a lucky guess, or did you have authentic information?
Well, Jack, when I was over to your house for dinner the other night, I took a peek at that old family album of yours.
Oh, Don.
And I must say you were a gorgeous infant. Were you really so good-looking?
Well, I don't want to sound foolish or anything like that, but for the first 17 months of my life, I was a length ahead of Robert Taylor. In fact, I won 4 blue diapers.
I can imagine. And you know, Jack, one thing that impressed me very much about your baby pictures, you were always laughing and giggling. What made you so happy?
Well, Don, my nurse used to slap me a lot. Say, I bet you were quite a healthy-looking kid yourself, weren't you?
Well, Jack,
Yeah, I can just see you as a baby, Don, bouncing your mother on your knee.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I'd like to be a baby again. See, I really shouldn't keep talking like this, but, I was about the cutest little Dickens in Waukegan. In fact, people from all around used to come to my father's meat market just to see me.
Meat market? Why, I thought your father ran a clothing store.
Well, Don, it was a combination meat market and clothing store. On Saturdays, we used to have a special. A pound of hamburger with 2 pair of pants. Oh, it went over very big.
Say, that's quite a novelty. A combination meat market and clothing store.
Yeah, we used to sell legs of lamb with garters on them. Oh, those were the days, believe me. I remember one time when I was only...
Oh, Jack, what are you talking about?
Me?
Oh, that again. See you later.
Mary, come back here. It's not my fault. Don just happened to mention that he saw my family album and that I was a beautiful child.
You beautiful?
Yes, I was. Not only that, I developed very quickly. When I was only 3 months old, I had 4 lovely teeth.
Well, you're right back where you started from.
Now, listen, Mary, I have a full set of teeth right now. And with the exception of a little argument I had with a cab driver in Toledo, they're all my own.
Go on, you've got more bridges than San Francisco.
Oh, running down San Francisco, huh? That's the trouble with you Los Angeles girls.
Jack, did I hear you say that you had an argument with a cab driver in Toledo?
Yes, but of course that was years ago.
What was the fight all about?
Oh, nothing. He just happened to say something I didn't like, and he hit me. Otherwise, Toledo was lovely.
Say, Don, when you were looking through that album, did you see the picture of Jack's uncle on the big white horse?
Yes, I did.
That was my Uncle Beaumont. There you go.
And did you see the tree in back with the rope dangling from it and that big crowd of men standing around?
Mary, my uncle didn't steal that horse. That was just a scene from a Western movie he was making called The Code of the West. It wasn't a real hanging. What are you laughing at?
Just the same. He never saw the preview.
He did, too, and he was a fine actor.
Say, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you.
Well, I was around here. I heard you telling everybody what a beautiful baby you were.
Well, Don brought up the subject. I had never mentioned it. Have you got any cute baby pictures, Kenny?
None where I'm facing the camera.
Oh.
You know, Jack, I wasn't a very pretty kid, but I was as smart as a whip.
Smart? I bet you were.
All right, you can laugh. Yeah. But when I was 12 years old, I recited the Gettysburg Address.
At 12, what's clever about that?
Could Lincoln do it?
All right, Kenny, we won't go into that. But if you were so smart at the age of 12, I'd like to know what happened to you in the meantime.
So would I.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kenny, since your song, sing your song now. We'll talk about it later. Hey, Don, where's Phil?
Oh, he's around here somewhere. By the way, Jack, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but Phil's pretty sore about that crack you made last Sunday.
What crack?
Oh, you know, when you told him that if he didn't like it here, he could go out and get his own program.
Oh, well, gee, Don, I was only kidding. I didn't mean anything by it.
Well, Phil took it pretty seriously, and he said he's going to leave.
Leave me? Why, I made the guy. Gee, when I picked him up, he was demonstrating curlers in a drugstore window. Oh, I must talk to him. Sing, Kenny. Gee, people are so sensitive nowadays. You tell them to quit, and they quit. I can't understand it.
Hear a love song for a penny. See, 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 just a penny serenade. Once I strayed 'neath a window of a lovely, lovely lady. And she smiled while I softly played a penny serenade. In her eyes shone the tender dawn of love and sweet surrender. As for me, in my heart I played a lover's serenade. You can hear it for a penny. See, 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 just a penny serenade. See, 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 hear my love song for a penny. See, 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 just a penny serenade. In a dream so divine she was mine, no word had been spoken. When I woke from my dream, she was gone, my poor heart was broken. Still I pray that wherever she may be, she will remember. In her heart, she will always hear my penny serenade. See, see, see. See, see, see.
Penny Serenade, sung by Kenny Baker, my favorite tenor. Say, Kenny, did Phil happen to say anything further to you about doing his own program?
Yes, he mentioned it.
He did, huh? Well, what did he tell you?
Plenty, but I ain't no pigeonhole.
That's stool pigeon. Pigeonhole. Say, Mary, did Phil say anything to you about this wild scheme of his?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Yes, he told me, and no, I ain't going to tell you.
Anyway, I think Phil ought to be at least loyal enough to discuss it with me before he takes any definite steps.
Hey, Jack, here comes Phil now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the boy?
Jackson? You know, Phil, it's cute the way you call me that every week, you know. Say, what's this gag I hear about you getting your own program?
It's not a gag. You and I have been fighting so much lately that I thought it'd be better to call it quits.
Oh, that's silly.
Silly nothing. You're just tough to get along with, and that's all.
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're always flying off the handle.
I am not. I'm sweet and lovable.
And you're always yelling and shouting at me.
Shouting at you?
And you're always losing your temper.
Why, you baggy-eyed ingrate, I never lose my temper, and you know it. I love you, you rat.
Oh, sure.
Now, you listen to me, Phil Harris.
Gee, you'd think they were married.
Keep out of this, Kenny.
Let's forget it, Jack. You're just tough to work for, and that's that.
Oh, I'm tough to work for. Did you hear that, Mary? You think I was a regular Simon Legree?
All you need is a whip.
I wasn't talking to you. Now, look, Phil. Look, I'm not begging you to stay on this program.
And get up off your knees.
I'm not on my knees, and I wish this was television so I could prove it. Look, Phil, I'm not begging you to stay, but if you leave, you're making a serious mistake.
All right, Jack, give me one reason why I should stick with you. Just one reason.
Well, in the first place...
Go ahead, give me one reason.
Well...
Ladies and gentlemen, while Jack is thinking of one reason, why don't you run out to your nearest grocer and ask for a package of Jell-O? It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Well, for one thing, Phil Harris...
All right, come on. Why should I stick with you?
Well, for one thing, we've got a contract.
A fine contract. I supply the orchestra, and when people throw money at us, I have to split it with you.
Well, how often does that happen? Maybe once in a fortnight. And another thing.
Oh, Jack, what are you beefing about? If Phil wants to go, let him go.
Certainly.
You can get Abe Lyman to take his place.
Oh, that would be fine. Abe Lyman happens to be the cab driver that punched me in Toledo. That's all I need.
Jack, you know a lot about music. Now, why don't you form an orchestra of your own?
Well, maybe I will. Say, I could organize a darn good swing band, believe me.
If you do, I got a swell name for it.
Never mind.
What is it, Mary?
Jack Benny and his cut rate 12.
Listen, Mary, I don't have to worry about getting a band together because Phil is only bluffing. If he went out on his own, where would he get a sponsor?
Don't worry about me. I've got a sponsor.
Oh, you have, eh? Well, who is it? I mean, what's your product?
Bixby's Bubble Gum.
Bixby's Bubble Gum? I never heard of it.
Well, here, have a stick.
Keep it. Bubble gum.
That's not the only offer I had. I could have gone on the air for Macmillan's Corn Plasters.
Corn plasters?
Yes, corn plasters.
Well, that would be more your style. Half the time you're corny and the other half you're plaster. Anyway, if you're smart, Phil, you'd stay right here on the Jell-O program, and I'll try and make life a little easier for you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, pardon me, come in. Well, the mayor of Van Nuys. Hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck.
Well, Andy, it's nice seeing you. You don't get around here as often as you used to.
Well, Buck, by the time I get through with the farm and the city hall and my love life, I'm pretty busy.
Love, huh? Oh, so you're going in for a little romance, eh, Andy?
Little nothing. She weighs 300 pounds.
300 pounds? Well, you never told me about her before. Say, she ought to make you a nice wife for Andy, huh, Mary?
Yeah, he can hitch her to the plow.
Well, Andy, tell me, you're going to get married?
Well, that's the reason I came down here, Buck. I'd like to ask your advice.
Well, Andy, as long as you want my advice, all I can say is, if you love the girl, go right ahead and propose to her.
Well, I have, but every time I do, she just looks at me and giggles.
Giggles?
And Pa thinks she's an idiot.
Oh, what does your Ma think?
Ma said Pa's a fine one to talk.
Well, Andy, don't pay any attention to them. Just follow your own heart. Say, is this girl from Van Nuys?
Yeah, she's in business out there. She's a plumber.
Oh, a lady plumber. Well, 300 pounds. Say, Andy, how do you manage to hold her out your lap?
Well, my hired man sits alongside of me.
Well, Andy, all I can say is don't let anybody interfere with your happiness. If you love the girl, marry her. And I wish you a lot of luck.
Thanks, Buck. I feel better now.
That's good.
Hey, Andy, stick around, will you? I'd like to talk to you after the program.
Well, what about Phil?
Well, it's a business proposition, and I don't want to discuss it in front of Jack.
Now, Phil, you've got a number to play, so spit out your bubble gum and go to work.
Okay, boss.
Oh, Andy, how about coming over to my house tomorrow for dinner and bring your folks?
Thanks, Buck. Is it all right if my girl comes along?
Sure, Andy. Bring her to dinner, too. Why not?
It's about time she lost some weight.
Quiet, Mary. I'm just trying to be nice. Play, Phil. Well, that was This Can't Be Love, played by smiling Phil Harris and his Rhythm Rascals. And, Phil, that's what I call real class. You know, that number had so much life and brilliance to it.
Thanks, but I'm leaving just the same.
Phil, I wasn't trying to flatter you. That number was swell, and I felt I ought to give you and the boys credit.
All of a sudden, the orchestra is good.
Yeah, some obviousness.
No, I'm serious. Well, anyhow, to get on with our play, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced last week, we are going to present our version of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now, I will play the part of...
Say, Buck, it's none of my business, but did you hear Fred Allen Wednesday night?
Allen? No, Andy, I missed him again. Tell me, what did my Oriental friend have to say? I mean, anything worth probing into?
Oh, he hopped all over you, Buck.
Yeah.
He said he's going to push your spine so far down your pants you're going to walk like a tripod.
Ha, ha, and cook.
No kidding, Jack. Fred make you look like a nickel.
Listen, Mary, he couldn't make me look like a nickel if my father was a buffalo. He's nothing but a fake.
Fake? Then how come he challenged you to a fight?
That's a laugh. How can he fight? In the first place, he's terribly nearsighted.
Nearsighted?
Yes. I saw him at a party one night trying to make a date with a hall tree. I finally had to tell him that the umbrella stand was her little boy. That guy.
No kidding, Jack. Are Alan's eyes really that bad?
Bad, Don. To him, Hedy Lamarr is just a gorgeous blur. I'd go in the ring with Alan any time.
Be careful, he might hit you from memory.
Listen, Mary, he couldn't hit me if he put wheels on his wrist and they ran up to my nose on a track. Now, listen, fellas. Come here a minute, will you? I got a secret about Alan that I've been guarding for years. I never was going to mention it, but I'm so burned up that tonight I'm going to show you what a heel he really is.
What do you mean, Jack?
Well, in the first place, he ought to be the last one in the world to ever say anything against me.
Why?
Well, because 12 years ago, when we were in vaudeville together, I saved Fred Allen's life. That's why.
You saved his life?
Yes. Now, let's forget it. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Oh, no, you don't. It was 12 years ago in Altoona, Pennsylvania. We were both on the same bill, Fred and I, at the Palace Theater. I'll never forget that night. Alan, who was then a juggler, was standing in the wings, waiting to go on. And I, the headliner, stopped to give him a word of encouragement. Hello, Freddie.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, you can call me Jack. What's the matter? You seem a little nervous tonight, Freddie.
Well, gee, Mr. Benny, talking to a big star like you is quite a thrill for me.
Oh, don't say that. Well, Freddie, Fink's mules are about through, so it's time for your act. So go out on the stage and juggle those clubs.
Gee, I wish I was a great comedian like you.
Well, why don't you try telling some gags while you're out there juggling?
Oh, I can never think of anything clever to say.
You see, folks? Well, keep plugging, Freddie. You might get there one of these days. They're ready for your act now. That was his theme song, folks. Chinatown. Get it?
My first trick, ladies and gentlemen, will be juggling 3 Indian clubs at the same time.
3 clubs, some trick. There he goes, dropping him as usual.
Darn it.
Leave on Jack Benny.
Yeah, bring on Benny. Altoona was one of my best towns, folks. Gee, Alan is nervous.
And now for my next trick, ladies and gentlemen. I will juggle 3 Indian clubs and a cannonball at the same time.
Cannonball? I never saw him do this one before. Say, that's pretty good.
Oh!
Good heavens! The cannonball dropped on Alan's foot. He's hurt badly. Ring down the curtain. Stand back, everybody. Give him air.
What happened, mister?
Can't you see he dropped a cannonball on his foot?
Oh.
Don't worry, Freddie. I'll take you to the hospital at once. And you're going to be all right. Well, folks, we finally got Alan to the hospital. And after I paid his entrance fee, which I never got back, they took him to the operating room. And the doctor called me aside and said,
Mr. Benny, I'm afraid this is serious.
What do you mean, Doctor?
When that cannonball dropped on Alan's foot, it severed the femur and the anterior portion of the tibia.
Oh, my goodness.
There's only one thing that can save him.
What's that, Doctor? I'll do anything.
He must have a blood transfusion immediately.
A blood transfusion? Thank you. Well, Doctor, all I can say is, this unfortunate young man is my friend. And if my blood can save his life, I am ready. So they took Alan to the operating room, placed my foot next to his, and the doctor said to the nurse,
Are you ready for the transfusion, Miss Stewart?
Yes, Doctor.
Then hand me that ice pick.
Wait a minute, don't I get an anesthetic for this?
Yes. Oh, nurse, fan Mr. Benny with a herring.
If you do, I'll snap at it. Make it quick, Doctor.
Oh, Doctor.
Hurry, Doc, please. Alan is sinking fast.
All right. We'll just tap your vein here and attach a hose to it.
Go ahead, Doctor. I'm not afraid. Oh, I'm in awful pain now, folks. See what I went through for that mandarin?
There we are. All right, Miss Stewart, open the valve and draw the blood.
Yes, Doctor.
My goodness. Here, take it easy, Doc. That's not ketchup, you know. And don't forget to wipe my windshield.
All right, Miss Stewart, that's enough.
Enough? I look like a bottle of milk now. But it was worth it for good old Fred. So thanks to me, the transfusion was successful. And the next day I visited Alan in his private room in the hospital, which I also paid for. Hello, Freddie. How do you feel, kid?
I'm much better, Mr. Benny, and as long as I live, I will never forget what you did for me.
Don't mention it, Freddie.
You know, Mr. Benny, since that transfusion yesterday, I feel entirely different. I feel so mentally alert.
No fooling.
I keep thinking of jokes all the time, and I owe it all to you.
Now, please.
Here, Mr. Benny, have a cigar.
Oh, thank you. I'll smoke it later.
No, smoke it now. Here, I'll light it for you.
Okay. Say, this cigar is very... Why, darn you, that cigar was loaded.
Oh, haw, haw, haw. That's my first joke.
So you see, ladies and gentlemen, my blood not only saved Alan's life, but made him the comedian he is today. I thank you. There you are, fellas. That little play shows what a heel Alan really is.
Oh, Jack, I don't believe that big cannonball really fell on Alan's foot.
Oh, you don't, eh? Well, for your information, young lady, he still buys his shoes from the same store as Donald Duck. Play, Phil.
Ease, speed, and mouth-watering goodness combined in one delicious new dessert. You'll want to try it and try it soon. Jell-O chocolate pudding with that old-time homemade goodness. Yes, sir, it's every bit as good as the kind that Mother used to make. Rich, smooth as satin, and real chocolatey. Full-flavored and tempting with a grand appetizing color and a marvelous taste. For Jell-O chocolate pudding is made with the fine, wholesome ingredients, the kind you'd use yourself right in your own kitchen. You'll enjoy every creamy spoonful, and you'll enjoy the other two flavors just as much. Jell-O butterscotch pudding and Jell-O vanilla pudding. For all three new Jell-O puddings are smooth and rich-tasting and delicious. And all three are easy to make. You'll find the simple directions on every package, and the handiest way to buy is 3 packages at a time.
So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding. The real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 17th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And don't forget, folks, if you have not already done so, you can help fight infantile paralysis by joining the March of Dimes. You know, Mary, I hated to expose Fred Allen like that, but after all, what could I do?
Well, I don't blame you.
I'll tell you something else, Mary. I'm the kind of a guy that if Allen needed another transfusion, I'd be the first one to volunteer.
Go on. You haven't any more blood than a piece of salt pork.
Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O. Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.